I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Friday, February 28th, 2025. The time is 10 o'clock in the morning, and this is I think it's the fourth of 7 hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having this month and next week with regard to the performance of agencies under the purview of the Committee of the Whole. Today, we're going to hear testimony from Chancellor Farabee regarding the District of Columbia Public Schools. Yesterday, we heard testimony from over 70 witnesses, parents, teachers, others who have an interest in our DC public school system, DCPS. Next week, since today is education focused, we will have a hearing on Wednesday, March 5th regarding the University of the District of Columbia, the Public Charter School Board, and the Deputy Mayor for Education. Also, the State Board of Education and the Athletic Association. On Friday, March 7th, we will have a oversight hearing on the performance of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, fondly known as OSSE. We have only one witness today, and that's Chancellor Farabee. We will hear from you, and then there will be an opportunity for members to ask questions. You may have a short hearing today, Chancellor Farabee, because there's only one council member here at the moment besides me. But we'll see if that changes. With that, why don't you proceed? And good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. Today I'm joined by members of my team, Drs. Bay and Ashley, who are Deputy Chancellors for DC Public Schools. Good morning again to members of the committee, members of the public. I'm Dr. Louis D. Farabee, Chancellor of DC Public Schools, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I want to first begin by thanking all of our students, our educators, our parents, our partners, our community members, our elected officials who spoke yesterday about DCPS. Our students benefit when we hear from the broader community. Education in forums like this are how we best serve our students and families. Under Mayor Bowser's leadership, DCPS continues to be recognized as the fastest improving urban school district in the United States. Our work in DCPS is guided by a 5-year strategic plan, a capital commitment. DCPS identified 3 priorities for our students, and one includes our students are succeeding academically. Secondly, students feel connected to their school. And finally, they're prepared for what's next. We've also made 2 commitments: to value our people and to partner with our community. And today I want to share an update on the results that we have achieved over the last year, how we got there, and what's next for DCPS. Earlier this month, researchers at Stanford and Harvard ranked DCPS first among states for academic recovery during the past 2 years. Our scores on the national report card show meaningful gains, and our mid-year assessments show multiple measures that are above pre-pandemic levels. While we have more work to do, DCPS students are making progress. To help our students succeed academically, we are employing 3 tactics, include improving our teachers' training and support, tailoring our literacy curriculum to student needs, and providing access to high-impact tutoring. Teachers matter more to student achievement than any other factor within a school. That is why DCPS continues to invest in our teacher training and support in core academic areas such as English language arts and mathematics. DCPS operates the DC Reading Clinic, a program that offers professional development and coaching to educators in the science of reading. The program has offered rigorous training to over 600 educators, resources for families to support literacy at home, and was recently expanded to middle school. DCPS recently expanded offerings for high-quality, standard-aligned professional development in math to improve educator knowledge in operations and algebraic thinking, numeracy, and geometry. This includes Math for Educators Graduate Certificate in partnership with Trinity Washington University and Flynn Education. Additionally, DCPS launched an elementary math playbook to highlight best practices for all parts of math instruction.
Chancellor, before you go on, you mentioned 600 educators. Program has offered rigorous training to over 600 educators over what period of time?
That would be over the last year.
Just the last year. Thank you.
Elementary schools continue to reinforce instruction grounded in the science of reading with several supports in place to ensure students learn and are ready to read by grade 3. DCPS students in grades K through 5 each year have a year-long curriculum with detailed learning plans, including text lists, text-dependent questions, task suggestions, and experiential learning opportunities and writing practice. This curriculum is annually improved by teacher input, and DCPS emphasized using a multi-tier system of support to bolster literacy outcomes. This system ensures that students struggling with literacy receive targeted interventions while advanced learners are also challenged appropriately. DCPS continues to invest in high-impact tutoring with the support of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education and other community partners. These investments support student relationships, build trust with adults, improve attendance, and also lead to academic success. Last year, DCPS provided high-impact tutoring to over 7,000 students, and we saw results. Students were significantly more likely to be better performers on state assessment, and last year, schools continued to strengthen tutoring and embed it into the school day. For example, Moulton Elementary School and Kramer Middle School both have continued to provide tutoring to all students as part of their daily schedule. A 2024 Stanford study found that DC students who received the required impact tutoring dosage were also more likely to attend school and have greater academic growth than similar students. Student safety and well-being are paramount to a successful educational environment. This is why I'm pleased to share that DCPS students are feeling more connected to their school as we continue to drive down suspensions. For the past 7 years, DCPS has surveyed students about their experiences at school, and this fall, more students participated in the survey than ever before. They reported a higher sense of belonging than ever before. The surveys are also providing students an opportunity to share their results across the country, and we're pleased to share that our schools are showing higher results of students feeling connected to their school than any other urban school district. DCPS continues our decade-long priority of reducing suspensions and increasing the use of restorative practices. DCPS drove down suspension days down by 60% since 2014, and this year we're seeing lower rates of serious infractions and suspensions compared to last year. At the same time, we're increasing the use of restorative approaches, doubling the number of infractions that have been addressed this way. At DCPS, we're continuing to make school a place where students want to be and where they can learn safely. Achieving a positive school climate is truly a team effort between educators at each school and our central services team. Educators are a major source of support for our students and their families. Thank you to all the educators and for the work that they're doing on behalf of DCPS students and families. In addition to the critical day-to-day work happening in thousands of DCPS classrooms, one way our central services team support our students is through our Connected Schools initiative. Connected Schools are community schools and resource hubs in the community to meet student needs and family need in and outside of the classroom. Connected Schools take a whole child approach, whole school, whole community approach by making schools places that support not only students' academic development, but also the overall family's well-being. Students who take advantage of these ongoing partnerships have higher attendance rates and also have families that report increased satisfaction levels at Connected Schools. Currently, 20 schools have raised their hand and adopted this model, which comes with an ongoing support from DCPS Central Services team. The model is a smart investment returning 5 in-kind donation resources for every dollar of public invested funds. Whether students are entering college upon graduation, starting a career, or engaging in both college and career, DCPS is helping them prepare for what's next. Our goal is to ensure that all DCPS students are prepared for what's next and they can take advantage of their bright futures. Students can access multiple pathways, including career and technical education and dual enrollment. DCPS is committed to supporting students no matter which path they choose. I am pleased to share that our graduation rates continue to improve. The highest percentage DCPS students have graduated from this past year than ever before, and our 6th and 9th grade academies are supporting students in critical transitions, leading to improved pass rates in classes and higher attendance. We have expanded offerings for career and technical education to support careers in high-demand fields like skilled trades, healthcare, and finance. More students than ever before are taking and passing advanced placement exams, providing challenges course materials, and college credit. Speaking of college, DCPS has a robust dual enrollment offering and university partnerships. We recently launched a free early college partnership between the University of the District of Columbia and Anacostia High School. This partnership allows schools and students to take advantage of college-level courses and earn their associate's degree. Dual enrollment opportunities help our students complete college and earn higher wages after high school. Investing in our educators is critical to student success. On this front, we are seeing results. DCPS has improved the retention rate of educators over the last decade while increasing the size of our teacher workforce as well. This fall, 82% of teachers returned to their school and 89% returned to work in DCPS, significantly higher than the rates of retention than a decade ago. Our principals also continue to choose DCPS, with 95% of our principals returning to lead their school this fall. We have incredible educators like Jasmine Townsend, the DC Teacher of the Year from Stanton Elementary School in DC, and then Jasmine is one of 4 finalists for the 2025 National Teacher of the Year. We are really excited about Jasmine's success. She was recently profiled by WTOP, where she shared about the way she supports students academically, socially, and emotionally. This year, DCPS has seen the lowest teacher vacancy rate in the past 10 years, record numbers of applicants, and continued improvements to services to our employees. At DCPS, we know that when we value our people, students succeed. Over the past 4 years, DCPS and our labor partners have negotiated multiple agreements leading to historic pay increases and improvements to our working conditions for our educators. We reached agreement with the Washington Teacher Union, the American Federation of State and County and Municipal Employees, the Teamsters, and the Council of School Officers. Our teachers now have an agreement that provides the best compensation in the country while in place for the next 3.5 years. We look forward to concluding negotiations for new agreements in the future and collaborating with our labor partners to ensure and enable student success. DCPS is committed to meaningful partnerships with our families, government agencies, and local businesses and community-based organizations. This is why we continue to engage with the broader DCPS community with our annual Back to School Block Party, multiple forums on important topics like budget and our strategic plan, as well as regular meetings with the Chancellor Advisory Boards for students, families, and educators. DCPS partners with DC Health on school health solutions and programming, and with the Department of Human Services on reducing truancy, and with the Metropolitan Police Department on student and community safety, and with the Department of Behavioral Health on mental health professionals in our schools. Families continue to choose DC Public Schools with over 52,000 students enrolled this fall, the highest number since 2007. At a time of declining public school enrollment in districts around the country, DCPS continues to see enrollment gains. While we have much to celebrate, we also know that we can get better. In the spirit of continuous improvement, I want to highlight 2 places where we're working to get better. First and foremost, attendance. Students must be in school to take advantage of the wonderful opportunities available to them. While our attendance has shown steady improvement in recent years with rates of truancy and chronic absenteeism were unacceptably high, DCPS began using new analysis tools to review attendance trends while we look forward to further improvements. While we continue to provide incentives, implement home visits, train our staff, and use every available communication tool to stress the importance of regular school attendance, this challenge will take a whole government approach, and we appreciate the Council's recent support for the truancy reduction pilot program with the Department of Human Services. Secondly, math achievement. The interruption of learning during the pandemic made it difficult for our students to solidify critical foundational skills in math at multiple grade levels. While we saw significant growth on recent NAEP assessment results and improved math achievement, we still need to accelerate learning for our students to truly be prepared for what's next. We will continue to support students with high-impact tutoring and other interventions while implementing and participating in OSCE's Math Task Force, which will provide recommendations soon. As I shared at the start of our testimony, DCPS continues to be recognized as the fastest improving urban school district in the nation. The fact that we look at this important metrics lets us know that DCPS continues to improve in several areas and continue excellence. Enrollment is up with more students in DCPS than ever before since 2007. Satisfaction is up, test scores are up, and teacher retention is up at the highest level we've seen in the last 15 years, besides the year where we were interrupted by the pandemic. More students are demonstrating proficiency in early literacy skills, high school graduation rates are up, and our out-of-school suspensions are down. We continue to invest in school buildings and modernizations, ensuring high quality and welcoming spaces for our students. And more students are prepared for what's next, participating in career and technical education programming and early college programming. At DCPS, our educators are talented, our students' futures are bright, and we thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and we look forward to answering your questions at this time.
Thank you, Chancellor. At the moment, there's only one council member here besides me, but I expect that will change. I think what I want to do is at the first round of 15 minutes, and there will be subsequent rounds as well. Chancellor, I think you know that yesterday there was quite a bit of testimony concerning what witnesses characterized as silence with regard to how school leaders, teachers, and parents should respond to threats of immigration enforcement. I'll read from this excerpt from one witness. Silence from those who were selected to lead breeds complicity. We are seeing principals communicate contradictory statements to those being shared by DCPS that lead many of us to believe that our top administrators will comply with government officials should they come to our schoolhouse doors in ways that directly contradict the guidance from the district attorney general. Silence from those who are entrusted to uphold our institutions sows chaos and allows fascism to thrive. Principals don't know what to do or whose guidance to follow. Teachers are being told to stop enforcing the very guidance we were given, such as providing information to families regarding their rights in our schools. Educators are left feeling threatened by their own bosses for doing what they know they have been told by our district attorney general is right. Those who are doing the right thing are communicating that this is happening despite DCPS instructions, not because of them. That was just one witness yesterday. Listening to all of the testimony yesterday, my sense is that many principals believe that, or have been told, maybe by their instructional superintendent, that they are not to communicate with regard to immigration issues with parents or teachers. The teachers generally are not sure what they are to do or what the guidance is, but just in general, that seems to be the case. And parents are even less informed. So I want to use this opportunity, or I want you to use this opportunity to explain what the guidance is for principals and teachers. What should they do?
Well, let me begin as a district resident. I want to recognize that I understand that there is anxiety and there's angst among students and families that are enrolled in DCPS. But I also want to make sure that the community knows that we've been very clear with our school leaders about how to respond in those situations. And we've been in regular communication with our school leaders. We've been in several meetings, and we've explained to our principals, and we've also solicited support from other organizations to support our principals so that they know how to respond in these situations. And we've been really clear that everyone is to follow the guidance from the Attorney General. And we've been very clear with our principals, if they need any additional assistance, they're to reach out to their direct supervisor and to our general counsel's office.
So what have school leaders been told?
School leaders have been told that they need to adhere to the guidance by the Attorney General.
Can you summarize that?
They're been told they need to adhere to the guidance by the Attorney General.
I got that, but can you summarize what that guidance is?
So if, in terms of ICE enforcement, if there's ICE official on their campus, they are to comply with any directives from those individuals.
Any directives? Because that's not, I believe, what the Attorney General's guidance is.
They're not to interfere.
Again, I don't think that's what the Attorney General's guidance is. I think the Attorney General's guidance is consistent with what the mayor's order was at least 10 years ago and what the law is, which is any lawful, for instance, a judicial detainer, which is not the same as any ICE request.
That's not our interpretation of what's in the recent issue Attorney General guidance.
I think you, I'm trying to figure out how I say this respectfully. You need to go back and look at the Attorney General's guidance. In addition, you said that teachers or principals, if there's any confusion, should contact either the DCPS General Counsel or their instructional superintendent.
The school staff should seek guidance from their principal, and the principals should seek guidance from their direct supervisor and our general counsel's office if they have any questions.
Okay. On that latter, seeking guidance from or advice from or reaching out to the instructional superintendent or the DCPS General Counsel, how many instructional superintendents do you have?
9.
So that's 10 different possible explanations, which is concerning to me, because that's part of what we've heard as well, that there's been conflicting advice given to principals by instructional superintendents. And that would not be a surprise to me because you've got 9 individuals. They could each one articulate it differently. And of course, what the principal hears could be a little bit different than what the instructional superintendent is saying. Not saying that's anything extraordinary, that's what happens. What you're saying, I may hear differently than what the person next to me may hear you saying.
Yeah,
So
so-
having not 10 different people that can explain this is concerning to me.
Yeah, so there have been a number of meetings where everyone has been in the room who heard the same message at the same time. And so these aren't, in many cases, separate conversations. These are conversations with instructional superintendents and principals in the room. Now, if principals need additional support, they again can reach out to their direct supervisor.
Well, I know you've told me that you've had meetings with groups of principals, maybe even all of them, or all those who attended. But what's concerning to me is the testimony yesterday from many witnesses. I would say at least a dozen witnesses who testified that their principals don't know. And that says to me that your administration needs to redouble efforts to communicate because there's confusion about the message.
We will do that, but we've had multiple conversations with our school leaders, multiple conversations with myself, the supervisor, and our general counsel office, and no principal has ever shared with me that there has been any confusion about what they're to do in those situations.
Did you get a report on yesterday's hearing with regard to this issue?
We did. We heard the testimony on this issue.
And what did you hear?
I heard that many people had claimed that there was some confusion, but I don't think that the testimonies reflect accurately the mindset of our school leaders from what I heard from them directly. Because I haven't heard any school leader or a school leader communicate that they didn't know what to do in those scenarios.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how I want to articulate this. I've been on the council a long time. I've been through a number of what I'll call emergencies. I don't know that I would call this an emergency, but the reason why I mention emergencies is because there is this similarity, and that is the importance of communication and a lot of anxiety on the part of the public. In this case, we're talking about parents as well as teachers. And so whatever the message has been that's been conveyed, what is clear to me from the testimony yesterday is that people are not hearing what you think has been conveyed. All that means is it needs to be conveyed again or reconveyed over and over.
Again, we're happy to continue to reiterate with that principle, with that message to our school leaders, but that is not something we've heard directly from our school leaders. And our school leaders communicate their needs to us regularly. And this hasn't been an area where we've heard from them directly that there's a need for additional information or clarification.
Well, I think what I would like, I usually don't ask questions this way, but I think what I would like to hear from you is that you will go back to, I hate to put it that way, but you will go back and um, evaluate, I want to say evaluate how to reconvey the message and to keep repeating the message so that there is not confusion or doubt, the kind of confusion or doubt that we heard yesterday. I think that's what I'd like to hear from you.
And we're happy to continue to repeat that message to our school leaders.
I also would like you to, because I think what you explained a couple of minutes ago to me orally was inconsistent with what the OAG guidance actually is. So I'd like you to also sort that out. I'm almost certain that the district's position in law, as well as the preceding mayor's order, is that we comply with all lawful requests. So lawful request would be, for example, with a detainer, a judicially ordered detainer. That's sort of putting it in.
And I should clarify, just not any directive, but a lawful request.
And what exactly that means. So I'm going to take from this that DCPS is going to how do I reconvey the message and look at how to reduce the amount of confusion that's out there among DCPS stakeholders, teachers, and parents with regard to this issue. I guess I'm going to add there's just a lot of anxiety around this. You know this, you acknowledge that. There's a lot of anxiety. And sometimes with anxiety, that message just needs to be repeated over and over again, but also in a way that is clear to folks. And it's clear to me from yesterday that that's just not what has happened or that still needs to happen. So I'm going to take from this that DCPS will go back, redouble its efforts on this issue.
Yep, you're hearing from me. We'll continue to reiterate this message with our school leader. But again, I do worry that you have individuals representing principals when we haven't heard that message directly from our school leaders.
Is there a reason why DCPS doesn't want to put out a simplified version of the OAG guidance? The OAG guidance, as I recall, is many pages, written by attorneys, maybe even single-spaced. Is there a reason why DCPS doesn't want to put out a simplified version?
Yeah, we've been advised from our general counsel that it's best that schools communicate and communicate directly to schools what exactly is written in the Attorney General guidance.
I have one other note here, and that is it would help if DCPS also were to communicate and not just hear the exchange between the two of us or you talking to instructional superintendents, but communicate to families directly. You are our families, and we will do everything in our power to keep you safe.
You say that again?
To communicate this, you are our families, and we will do everything in our power to keep you safe.
Who communicates that?
You
Yeah.
and DCPS.
We'll take that into consideration. We communicate in accordance with the guidance that we get from our general counsel. I don't think I want to. Again, we've communicated directly to our school leaders, and our principals have communicated that to our families, and we believe that that's the most effective communication tool.
Now, if you want my next round, because I'm almost out of time here, I can go and get all the testimony from yesterday and just read statement after statement after statement where folks are saying they don't feel safe.
Yeah, I understand that, and I understand the anxiety as I started, but I also think that, the assurances that individuals are looking for, I don't know that DCPS itself is going to be the sole source of that, and I don't want to give a false sense of that security as well. And so what we've communicated directly is what is in the Attorney General's guidance. And we've also provided schools with support with other organizations that can support them and their families if they're feeling a sense of not being safe.
I'm going to leave it at that. Councilmember Henderson, we have the first round is 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chancellor.
Good morning, Councilmember
Apologies,
Henderson.
I was in the DGS hearing, which is also going on right now. But I'm gonna jump around because I didn't know how long the round was gonna be, and I'm not sure if you've covered some of these things already, but I do want to get some of these pieces on the record. So we heard a lot of testimony yesterday, and even I chaired the health committee, a lot of testimony around safe passage and feelings of safety or belonging, and concerns about that from both students and families who are traversing to get to various DCPS schools, et cetera. The Safe Passage program moved from the Deputy Mayor for Education's office to the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice in FY24. How has DCPS's engagement with the program changed since it's moved from DME to DMPSJ?
Well, there's a lot that has been consistent with our collaboration with the Metropolitan Police Department and the public safety team. I think what has changed is there are now more regular convenings between that team and our school leaders and school staff, some of which I participated in.
Okay.
But we continue to have our daily and weekly conversations and proactively share any information that needs to be made aware to law enforcement. And then we also give regular feedback on the services that we receive, such as Safe Passage.
Okay. So on that feedback on Safe Passage, let's take MPD out of this sort of equation. You've probably seen them around school. I've talked a lot about them. I refer to them as the green vests individuals who are out and around some of our middle and high schools. And I'm sure the deputy mayor is going to send me a text about this. I think the green vest situation is like slapping lipstick on a pig. Okay, because of at least what I hear back from the feedback from your schools on the ground is that they have no idea who these individuals are that are around their school buildings. because there have been no introductions that have been made to say, here are the 5 individuals who are assigned to, let's say, Roosevelt High School's boundary area. Here is the dean of students that they can talk to. Here is somebody at the front desk that they could talk to, and sort of having that level of communication. My understanding was that for this school year, those types of introductions were supposed to occur, but it seems from on the school side anyway, that hasn't happened. And so that's why I'm asking in terms of, has the relationship changed and deepened? Because I do feel like the Green Vest program could be useful in the safe passage work, but right now it's not really, because not only do those individuals not know anyone in the school, they also don't know the kids because they're not engaging with them as well.
Yeah, so I think where I've seen progress is there's been encouragement to push those individuals into schools and make those connections. So for example, I saw in the middle school that not only do the safe passage workers are present during the arrival and dismissal, but they're also a part of the school day when possible. And they've been in the buildings, and the school leaders have tried to make sure that they make connections with the students there. So I think we've done a better job with ensuring that students know the safe passage staff and that their work is not just focused on arrival and dismissal, that they can be a part of the instructional day. Now, is that perfect? Probably not, but
It's
we
not
have
even
seen.
consistent amongst your schools. It's
Yeah.
not, right? Because there's school leaders who literally don't know who these folks are. And so my understanding was that there was supposed to be a meeting at the beginning of the school year. That's what I thought I was giving you a layup question for you to say. There was a meeting at the beginning of the school year where we did the introductions, and then we brought all of the school leaders and said, here are the commanders, X, Y, or Z for your area, right? Like, and so I'm sensing that didn't happen, even though we were told that it was going to.
Yeah, so there, in addition to the meeting in the beginning of the year, there, like I said earlier, there are monthly meetings with Jasmine and her team where we have interactions between public safety, including safe passage. Now, there may be scenarios where the staff have changed, where a school may say they may not know an individual, but we have done, I believe, from my assessment, a better job at integrating those individuals into the school day, so those connections can be made with the students and the staff. And there's several examples that I can point to. I gave you Kramer Middle School was one, Johnson's Middle School is another one where I've seen it. And so I do
Those are
believe,
usually the only 2 examples where I would say they are doing it well.
I think
On the DCPS side, right?
Yeah.
They have different relationships with some of the
I
public
think if you,
schools.
I think if you ask, Principal Haith at Blue High School, he would say the same thing. I mean, there are many examples I can think now. There may be some school leaders that haven't taken full advantage of those opportunities, but I know in DCPS, we have prioritized ensuring that students make those connections with the adults that are supporting them.
Okay. Let me switch to talking about some staffing. And I feel like I've brought this up with you at every hearing for the last couple of years, paraprofessionals who I feel like everybody forgets, but you actually really need them. And paraprofessional pay is still lower than your substitute teachers at this point. And so where are you all in conversations around the CBA for paraprofessionals?
So we haven't started negotiations. We'll continue to evaluate the labor market in terms of compensation. We did raise compensation in our last agreement for our paraprofessionals. We certainly value their work. We've also embedded into that agreement for additional compensation when they cover classes and serve in that capacity as well. But again, we want to ensure that we continue to evaluate the market, determine what is the appropriate compensation level for our instructional aid. And then we do provide a lot of rich professional development for them as well, so that they can be a strong and integral part of the instructional program, with many who do. And then we also support them in earning their licensure and becoming certified educators in DCPS. And many do transition from aides into educators in DCPS in the classroom.
How many vacancies do you have?
How many vacancies right now? I think last time check, we had about 20.
Okay. In November, you had 36. So I guess you're moving in the right direction, sort of, maybe not.
If it does change, it varies. I think where we've been most challenge is instructional aid and our special education programs.
Yeah.
And it does require a very specific skill set to serve well in that capacity. So we're really careful about the individuals we hire to serve in those roles and the type of training we provide for those paraprofessionals.
I agree, and specifically on the special education side, which is why I don't understand, again, how you all can be comfortable with the idea that a paraprofessional in a special education classroom is making less than a substitute teacher. Right. And so, and I know a little something about labor laws, right? You don't have to wait until the contract is over to start those conversations. You can reopen it if you want to do it for salary purposes. That is a purview that you all, well, maybe not you, maybe the mayor's office, but you all have that opportunity to be able to do that. And it's interesting, given the challenges that we have in special education and the growing number of young people who are qualifying for IEPs in special education, that this hasn't been a priority for the school system to ensure that your special education continuum is fully staffed.
Yeah, it is a priority to ensure that we're fully staffed. I think it's important to find the right people, and we've been challenging that. That's been a hard to fill area. Point of clarification, my team has clarified that there is approximately over the entire landscape of paraprofessionals, 78 vacancies. So I'll make sure you have the accurate number.
78.
Yeah.
Okay. Sticking on special education, the FY25 budget included some additional, not additional, but set aside funding specifically for self-contained classroom supplies. This came out of testimony and conversations with teachers who felt like they were receiving students who needed specific needs and services, but weren't able to purchase the supplies necessary for those individuals. How did central office inform eligible teachers of this resource that they could draw down on?
I know when I talked with Dr. Ashley that we were working to ensure that all of those supplies were available to our educators. So I'll turn to Dr. Ashley and share a little bit more of how we're ensuring that they have all the resources needed.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, council member. So as you mentioned, there was money set aside in the budget for those adjuncts. We've been working with our special education team to be able to understand what those needs are. There hasn't been any request to date that we haven't been able to fulfill.
Okay.
What we're working on is a better system to be able to track those and understand what the demand is. To be clear, like that's an area in which that request process is typically an informal request process, and looking at how that we can strengthen that process.
Okay. Informal is okay, but I really would prefer that all of the special education teachers know, because I feel like for so many years, because some of them have asked and they've been told no, they don't know that this is now available to them. And so to the extent that we can share that information, that would be helpful. I want to switch really quickly to talking a little bit about literacy. We provided funding for all of our kindergarten teachers to be able to be trained and complete literacy training. They're supposed to be trained by the start of school year 2026. I'm curious how we are making progress on that.
I'm gonna speak to the training.
I'm sorry, if you could just introduce yourself for the record. I know them. I haven't met you.
I'm sorry. I introduced Dr. Bay earlier. She's the Deputy Chancellor for SEED.
For
SEED.
Oh, okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, we're making good progress with making sure that all of our teachers are trained. For those teachers who are not currently trained, we are working with them in order to fit that into their schedule, into our professional development calendar, so that they are able to receive that training.
Okay, what percentage are we at so far in terms of progress?
I don't know that offhand, but let me find out what that percentage is.
All right, we'll come back to that.
Sorry, 77%.
77%. Okay, so we're more than halfway there, which is good. And I think we have a little bit more time in order for folks to get there, which is good. Sorry, I'm looking at the time, trying to cover a lot. Let's talk a little bit about capital. So after Eagle Public Charter School closed, the district bought back the Magoni building. This means that DCPS now has a vacant school building in Southeast, right as several Ward 8 schools are preparing to come up for modernization. Have you all evaluated the condition of that building? Is it going to require some significant upgrades in order for you all to utilize that as swing space going forward?
We have. We're proud that we were able to acquire the McGotten campus, and we've assessed the conditions. There will be some minor improvements that we'll need to make, but it is slated to be used this upcoming school year. Martin Luther King Elementary School will be the first school that will swing into that space beginning the 25-26 school year.
Okay.
And then there'll be a regular rotation of schools that will utilize that space, and it allows us to relieve some of our swing space needs in Ward 7 and Ward 8.
Yes. We won't get into the fact that we had to pay for a building that we already own. We'll put that to the side.
I think the building that has been improved, so that is the one positive.
I appreciate that you're going to spin that into a positive piece. My understanding is, though, that Eagle was pre-K 3 through 2nd grade, 3rd grade, maybe. The little people. My understanding is that after MLK, you're going to have heart perhaps in that space. And so is it a space that can work for both little people as well as for older kids?
Don't believe that it will be utilized for older people at this point.
Okay.
We were primarily focused on our elementary age students.
Okay.
And we're also working to ensure that we upgrade the playground equipment to be in line with our standards for younger people as well. But I don't anticipate it will be used for grade levels beyond elementary.
Okay. On the conversation of swing space, we heard a lot of testimony yesterday, and you and I have talked about this, Chancellor, which I like to refer to as our Ward 6 issue. And I'm only referring to it as an issue because space-wise, the campuses that are coming up for modernization in Ward 6 are uniquely landlocked. Brent being one, Amadon Boeing being the other, where unlike, a school that we have in Ward 5, you can't put modulars on the field because there's not enough space. Can you help me understand, and you might not be able to do this in 30 seconds, but help me understand the steps that DCPS has taken in the last year to try to find a space that is semi-closer than the Meyer campus?
Yeah, and the short answer, we collaborate with the community and we welcome their ideas. We do our own landscape analysis of what's available, and then we ask the community if they have identified space, let us know and we evaluate it. For example, the Amadon and Boyne community has identified spaces that we have and will continue to evaluate. And if we find something that works, we will share what it would take to implement a swing space at that site. But unfortunately, like you said, it's landlocked, and sometimes there are limitations to the spaces that individuals have identified. But we're still open to soliciting ideas about where we can use swing space in those communities.
Can I just ask one follow-up here, which is how soon before modernization begins do you all need to have the plans confirmed around swing space?
Let's speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the question, or to answer that, is it depends. It depends on whether or not we're swinging into a traditional brick and mortar, which is always our preference, right? We think brick and mortar buildings that were designed, purpose-built to be schools are the best locations. We don't need as much notice there, right? Because we can just, that's ready to go. Building a modular campus is an 18 to 24 month project, and making sure that you have the capital funding in advance. And identifying the site, right? Depending on the site, if that's privately owned, if there's certain rights that we have to obtain. Much of our open space in the city is actually National Park Service lands that's granted for recreational uses, and that requires a different process to be able to petition them for alternate uses. So from sort of go, it's an 18 to 24 month long process, but depending on the site that we're putting it on, it depends.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Since we're the only two council members, we'll do another 15-minute round. Chancellor Farabee, I'm just going to read this from the OAG guidance so that it's in the record. When can federal law enforcement officials, including ICE, enter DC school property? Federal law enforcement officials can enter school areas that are open to the public but DC schools may require them to obtain a judicial warrant in order to enter school areas that are not open to the general public, such as school buildings, classrooms, or fenced-in areas that may include playgrounds, schoolyards, and parking lots. Again, that is DC schools may require them to obtain a judicial warrant. Question 4, are federal law enforcement officers permitted to enter DC schools without a warrant? Answer, typically no. In order to enter areas of DC schools that are not open to the public, which may include school buildings, classrooms, and fenced-in areas, such as schoolyards, playgrounds, and parking lots, law enforcement officers must have a warrant. Generally, a warrant is not required for law enforcement to enter an area that is open to the public, such as a sporting stadium during an athletic event or an auditorium during a recital that the public is invited to attend. Nevertheless, in certain emergency situations known as exigent circumstances, law enforcement may enter non-public areas without a warrant. Exigent circumstances would not ordinarily apply to civil or criminal immigration violations. How can DC schools ensure that federal law enforcement, including ICE, is entering private areas of DC schools' property only with warrants or other court orders? Answer, DC schools should formalize policies and procedures that require the following. Law enforcement's entry onto DC schools' property must be coordinated and facilitated only by designated DC schools personnel, which could be the local principal. All law enforcement personnel should provide DC schools with reasonable advance notice when they wish to enter school campuses or property without a warrant. Law enforcement requests to enter DC schools' property not supported by a valid warrant or other valid judicial order may be denied. What else can schools request from law enforcement officials, including ICE, before permitting them to enter DC schools' property? In addition to a warrant or other valid court order, DC schools should request that law enforcement voluntarily provide their credentials in connection with any request to enter DC schools' property. Schools may further request that parents or guardians be present when students are interviewed by ICE or other law enforcement officials. And it goes on. So I hope that's helpful to the public that's watching. It also makes clear that DCPS has some responsibilities to add clarification to this guidance. So I hope that, Chancellor, you will do something more substantive in this regard. Chancellor Farabee, I sent you a number of pre-hearing questions, and there was a little confusion over what I sent. So we got back to you and asked you answer a couple other questions. One that really jumped out at me was by percentage, how many students are in compliance with all vaccination mandates required by law or regulation? Categorize the answer by elementary, middle, and high school, and by type of vaccination. What is being done to increase the compliance rate? So looking at the table regarding DCPS compliance rates by vaccination type, I find this hard to believe. Only 47% of students are compliant with the polio vaccine? That's a question.
Yeah, I don't know specifics on polio. I know that we are at 95% of our required vaccination and our enforcement grade levels.
In the target grades, yes, and you
That's
list
correct.
those, but yes, the current DCPS total compliance for target grades, which I think is pre-K 3, kindergarten, 7th and 11th, is 95.5%. But the question was asked a different way, compliance rates by vaccination type. DTaP, non-compliance 39.9%. Polio 53.71%. That means only 47% of students are compliant with the polio vaccine. Chickenpox 45% non-compliance. That means only 55% of students have the chickenpox virus. MMR 43.87 is non-compliant. Hepatitis B 42.6. Hepatitis A 43.1 non-compliant. The others were, the numbers were much, much, much better. Like Tdap, 12.95% non-compliant. I can't believe these figures. Can you double check their accuracy? And I think this is a serious issue of I'm looking at Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah,
Can you
we're
share
happy to
our-
follow up. In collaboration with DC Health, there are specific vaccinations and grade level and ages that we've been focused on in recent years to increase compliance. We're happy to see that we made a lot of progress in those areas, and we've had many opportunities to support families, such as our mobile clinics, support that we provide families over the summer for enrollment in vaccinations. But with specifics on each vaccination, we're happy to follow up on the vaccinations that you've listed.
Please, because that's alarming. If almost 54% of students don't have the polio vaccine or DTaP or chickenpox.
Mr.
Oh.
Chairman, I do feel like some of their data is incorrect and it does not match what DC Health has.
Well, that's why I'm asking if you would go back and look at it.
Yeah, we're happy to follow. We do find that there are often discrepancies, especially if students receive their shots outside of the district. But we're happy to follow up on each of the vaccinations that you
Please.
described.
All I know is I asked the question, I got the answer, and the answer was shocking with regard to those vaccination types. I'd also asked a question for DCPS staffing numbers. The question was how many FTEs were charged to DCPS Central, school support, and school support in January in fiscal years 2012, 2020, 2022, 2024, and 2025. And you gave me the answer for 23 and 24 and 25, but not 2012, 2020, or 2022. Also said it would take more work to get that information, and we just sent this over to you. So I understand that, but I would like, you ended by saying, if your office is interested in additional reporting for prior years, my team can investigate this question further. So I am interested.
We will follow up accordingly.
I have a question concerning the school budgets that came out. We've barely had time to look at them. There were, as far as from what we can tell, there were 6 schools that actually saw a reduction in their budget. Now, that doesn't speak to any analysis with regard to loss of buying power, and there were a number of schools that received just a very slight increase. But my question here has to do with why 6 schools saw their budgets reduced. The greatest reduction, as I understand the numbers, was Tubman Elementary School in Ward 1, which the initial budget proposes to reduce them by almost $1.2 million. So why were these 6 schools, why were any schools reduced? Especially when that's kind of inconsistent with the schools first in budgeting law, but putting that aside, why were any schools reduced?
Yes, so the majority of our schools experience a increase in their year-over-year budget, but there are a few schools, as you mentioned, that have less in their initial. And again, I think it's important to emphasize these are their initial allocations. The primary driver is enrollment. Secondly, would be changes in their instructional program. For example, the year-over-year enrollment difference for Tubman Elementary School you referenced is approximately 156 students, which would be a significant shift in their enrollment.
Isn't that shocking? The Tubman, which as last I checked is in a very decent neighborhood, would lose 154 students. Is it in swing space right now?
That is correct. And there are times when swing space implementation may impact a school enrollment. I don't know if that is the exact issue. We've been working with that school community on their enrollment efforts, but we have seen a decline in their enrollment and it's projected accordingly.
Well, I wouldn't mind if you, subsequent to the hearing, were to give us an explanation of why their enrollment dropped so much. we've been joined by Councilmember Allen, who recently introduced a bill speaking to trying to stabilize school budgets when they're in swing space because they lose enrollment. And this would seem to be Exhibit A to that issue.
And I would also say that is also not the only driver. So if you look at the change in their population, as I mentioned earlier, another driver is instructional programs. So they have less multilingual learners. They have less students receiving special education services or students identified at risk, which are all categories where you would see additional funding on top of the base funding formula for each student.
The second highest reduction was Dunbar High School. And I would think, if anything, we would want to see more resources into Dunbar so that it can continue to improve. Its budget is proposed to be cut by $871,000. Can you explain that? Because they're not in swing space.
Yeah, again, another scenario where enrollment shifts. Dunbar is also a school where we've been supporting them with their enrollment efforts as they have seen a decline in enrollment. They're projected to have 226 less students. And so these are challenges where, we see shifts in enrollment and it does impact their budget. Unfortunately, we're not in a financial landscape where we can continue to fund schools for students that are not projected to be in the building.
Uh, Yeah, I know. I wish you hadn't said financial situation because there are a lot of schools that saw substantial increases of, there are a lot that saw increases of over 10% in their budget. So it's not an issue of things being financially tight. If some schools can get that kind of an increase over 10%, then why is it that any schools are seeing a reduction? I would appreciate if you could give us a fuller explanation, actually on any of the six. No, on all of the six: Tubman, Dunbar, Luke Moore, Martin Luther King, Jackson Reed, Balustay. Those were the ones that we saw got reductions. Jackson Reed has a pretty hefty budget, but I'm reminded that last year, the council, over my objection, reduced their budget by about $2 million. So this would be a reduction on top of the reduction that they got last year. So if you could follow up, please, with an explanation on those six.
Yep, we're happy to. But again, as we talk about Jackson Reed again, we have shift in their enrollment. And of course, this is the year where students from Hardy Middle School will feed directly into MacArthur High School. And so that was a part of efforts to deal with overcrowding at Jackson Reed.
In the time I have left, the milestones with the WTU contract, I guess I'll ask these as a group. What is the payment schedule for all the payments to WTU members? Has DCPS provided WTU teachers with all 4 morning blocks each week? The CBA calls for DCPS to provide workforce data to the WTU each year. Has DCPS provided the data to the WTU for school year 23-24, which I believe is due today? And when will the Climate Curriculum Task Force hold its first meeting? I rattled 4 off. Schedule for all the payments.
Yeah, so the payment for the bonus and the salary increase for fiscal year 25 is scheduled to be implemented in March, which is ahead of schedule, required to do so. And then for the retro payment, that is scheduled to go out in April.
And those are all the payments?
Those are all the payments. Now, so you've got the bonus, you've got the salary adjustment, and then there's the retro from the time period of the fiscal year to date. And those are the 3 payments to go to teachers.
Workforce data to the WTU?
Yes, we provided the WTU with the workforce data.
Climate Curriculum Task Force?
We've shared with the WTU, our members on that committee. We've asked them to share back their members so we can convene meetings. We haven't heard back yet.
So you're waiting to hear back from WTU
That
before
is-
you schedule the first meeting?
That is correct, but we've shared with the WTU the members of those committees.
You've shared with them who you have as members of the committee?
That is correct.
4 morning blocks. So my understanding is that the CBA says 4 morning blocks each week, and the WTU is disagreeing with your interpretation that if it's a 4-day work week because of a holiday, that they don't get 4 morning blocks.
Yeah, we disagree on the interpretation of that. We've been implementing the 4 blocks. Ms. Polk Lyons and I have agreed that we can come to an agreement, some type of compromise on our different point of views. She said that she would give me a proposal of what we should do to address this issue. I think there's only, I would say, a handful of these situations throughout a school year. So it's my hope that we can resolve that matter soon.
So I get to ask about it again.
Yeah, you can ask about it again.
Well, I don't want to keep asking this.
My proposal to her was that we find a way that if there are a certain number of weeks in the year where that occurs, that we sometime split those times so that, we can maintain the supports for the school leaders and their staff and also honor the planning time for teachers at the same time as well.
How are you ensuring that on the school level that the principals are honoring this?
We've communicated directly to principals in our meetings and also in writing all the provisions of the collective bargaining agreement and made it very clear that they should schedule accordingly.
There'll be another round. Councilmember Allen, we have a 15-minute round.
Who's up next?
You,
Oh, all right. I didn't know if Councilor Henderson was in front of me in the line since I just got here.
wait a minute, did I screw up? I guess I was so.
I mean,
excited to
I'm
see you. No,
All
Councilmember,
collegial. Councilor Henderson was here before me, so I'm happy to let, of course, her go first.
I may not use the full 15 because I want to go back to DGS.
go for it.
Okay, great.
My apologies.
No problem.
And
All right.
Councilmember Henderson, as you start, I want the training, I want to be clear for dyslexia, we are at that 77%. It is closer to 50% specifically for kindergartners. I just want to distinguish the numbers between the trainings.
Thank you. Because there are 2 separate ones. Thank you. I appreciate for that clarification. Okay. We were talking about capital. Yes, we were talking about capital. I want to ask about Bancroft Elementary. So we had a number of folks who testified yesterday with regard to the space constraint issues at Bancroft. It's another one of our very uniquely designed and positioned schools where you really can't add on an annex or an extension on its current site, given how it kind of sits on a hill and otherwise in terms of space. The council provided some additional funding in the budget to acquire a new building to be able to move the pre-kindergarten classes, what I would say rather the early childhood program offsite. I guess I would say I'm agnostic if it's the Henderson buildings or something else. I just want to understand what is the plan from central office around dealing with the space there at Bancroft. Interestingly enough, when the chairman was talking a little bit about school budgets, and I try very hard to sort of separate a school budget conversation from performance oversight, but your projections are that Bancroft is going to grow in enrollment by over 100 students. I don't know where you're putting those little people. Because right now it's overcrowded. So I'm assuming y'all have some master plan.
Yeah, and so I think it is a very unique challenge. You actually can add on the site, but we would be taking away field space, which is.
That's why I'm putting that off taking that off the
That's
table.
asked us not to do. Let me talk a little bit about our interim plan.
Okay.
For the next 2 school years, for the 25-26 and 26-27 school years. We're going to move the pre-K programs, pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 to the Sharp building. This
On
will,
14th Street.
yes, correct, across from Roosevelt High School. So that would allow us to relieve the current overcrowding that is occurring there. It will not likely solve for the future beyond that because, as you've highlighted, the school continues to grow. And so we have explored the Henderson building, which is on 16th Street, and also the old DPR building on 16th Street as well. We've concluded in partnership with DGS that the Henderson building is no longer a viable solution because of the infrastructure of the building and the space limitations. We do believe that the old DPR building can be a solution. However, right now, we're still evaluating the space. We think that there is space, maybe 7 to 9 classrooms at the most, which would allow us to move the pre-K programs over there. But again, we would still be challenged with the growing enrollment that's projected at the school. And so the school principal and I have talked. There could be a scenario where SHARP is more of a long-term solution beyond the next 2 school years, but we would have to think about the swing spaces there because there are
No,
other
you have
schools
some other
swinging
schools who
there.
are waiting.
Right, and so we want to make sure that if we need to have 2 schools coexist there, that we can do that. We have done that in the past. There's a multi-site solution that we've explored that I don't think the school leader and I are excited about, but you could in the world technically have the pre-K program at the old DPR building, and then you could have some lower grades at Sharp, and then you can have the remaining campus at Bancroft. Now, we haven't done that in the past, and I don't anticipate that, but that's, worst case scenario planning. So I think for now, in the 2 years time period we have, is important for us to solidify a more long-term solution.
Okay.
And I do believe that that SHARP solution could be viable, but we want to be sure that it does not pose a barrier to our future swings that need to occur.
Okay. I mean, multi-campus, anything is not ideal, especially if I've been thinking of my own situation. I have a pre-K 3 and a kindergartner. The idea that I would have to drop off one kid in Mount Pleasant and then come across to drop the other kid off in Petworth. I mean, one of the things that you all have not discussed is changing the boundary. You got too many kids in a boundary. Just gonna let that linger.
Yeah, but
I know that everybody is attached to that particular school, but again, like, we are in similar vein of what we did in some other parts of the city. We're about to consider a multi-million-dollar investment to fix a problem that perhaps changing the line could also solve. But I'll let that lie.
yeah, I mean, it was explored in the boundary study, but it was not something that was recommended. And, we'll certainly go back to the DME and see if there's an appetite for that, but I haven't heard there is.
Okay. All right. Well, it's good to know that you have a plan sort of going forward, but I do want to note, right, the school is still growing. Plus
Yes.
100 in a school year, which is significant, especially as we're talking about some other schools seeing minus 100 in a school year. There's some shifts that are occurring. In terms of capital, I want to ask about PACE. So we didn't receive the FY25 PACE documentation until July 8th. That was like well after the budget process had been done. In the previous year, it was in June 29th. When will it be submitted this year? Because I know when it's supposed to be submitted, and it's not in June or July.
Yeah, we definitely heard the feedback last year. It's something we're working on getting it out sooner. I don't have a specific date to share with you, but we've heard the feedback and certainly trying to get it out sooner.
Sooner than June.
Yes.
Perhaps when the budget comes?
When's it due?
When the budget is due.
Meaning April 4th or April 2nd?
Yes, sir. Okay. I am going through my list. After school programming. Now, Chancellor, last year you and I had this conversation about your after school sign up literally breaking 2 years in a row. how have we done better? Are we going to be better?
We are going to be better. Dr. Ashley and his team have been leading that effort. We have a strong plan for similar process. If you were trying to get Beyonce tickets, you got to wait in line. There's a process for order.
Don't use that one because
Use that example.
SeatGeek is a scam, and I want to believe that you all are not running a scam.
Yeah, so it will, in all seriousness, it'll be a Ticketmaster-like queue style system.
Okay, so similar for when you're signing up for DPR programming now, where there is a queue and you have to wait in line.
That is correct.
Okay, are you still going to do everyone on one day?
That is the plan.
All right.
Because we believe the queue system can handle that. We've been working with Octo to do testing as well. Now, in our testing, we determined we need to do something different. We'll do that, but that is the plan right now.
Okay, and in that regard, are you also testing around if a parent has multiple children to be able to do that in the same application as opposed to having to do two separate applications? This is also something that comes up with DPR, right? Like if you've got 2 or 3 or 4 kids to have to come back out and get back in the queue for the next child, it causes issues.
Yeah, let me get back to you on that. I don't know the solution on that one directly today.
Okay. All right. I want to ask about cell phones usage and things. This is something that obviously it actually comes up a lot in the health space, particularly around mental health and sort of the change that we've seen in middle and high school students as the proliferation of cell phone usage and social media has also increased. I drafted a cell phone ban bill, but I didn't introduce it because I thought that it was best handled by LEAs as opposed to a single policy in this regard. And knowing that DCPS, certain campuses already have cell phone bans, right? Certain high schools before you even walk in the door, and they've had it for some time now, not wanting to necessarily disrupt their own policies and what's happening here. But I'm just trying to understand DCPS's hesitancy to taking this further. You've done it for middle schools, but you haven't done it for all of your high schools.
That's correct. So we've done it 2 years for middle school, and we've seen some positive outcomes and feedback from that. We have high school where there's mixed implementation. There's schools that have done it for some time. There's some schools that are new to the landscape. Some schools have done it who discontinued it. But I am supportive of that direction based on what we've seen thus far. I think it's important that we have a strong runway of engagement with our students and our school leaders and our community. It's been a big topic in my advisories with all those groups. And in the spring, we'll get more into details about what it will look like. But you know, there are some concerns that we are considering that families have raised. And so we understand that there are some extenuating circumstances around health and other needs that students may have. And so we want to be sure that we have the right approach, but I am supportive of that approach based on the outcomes that we've seen thus far.
Okay.
I want to be clear though, I think we don't want to have a one size fits all where, you know, we're too descriptive in terms of how schools should do it. And so we will leave some room where phones are prohibited in such a way, but we're thinking through of like how to provide space for schools to do it, because right now implementation does look different from school to school in DCPS.
And there's a bill.
Yeah, so there's a bill Councilman Rapinto introduced, and we have a public hearing scheduled for March 25th.
March 25th. Okay. What I would say, Chancellor, I think probably the one thing, you know, we've gotten some feedback, some emails. I am less concerned about the parents who say, oh, how am I going to talk to my child? Because I would say the same way that when your mom needed to reach you when you were in school, she called the front desk. But what I am more concerned about are the students who are saying that I need to have my device for doing schoolwork because my school doesn't have enough calculators or my school doesn't have enough laptops. That part to me is deeply concerning because we should have enough calculators and all of these other types of materials for young people to be able to do that work that doesn't require them to have their cell phone out. And, they could be exaggerating in terms of truth, but we are going to need to figure that sort of balance out.
Yeah, I agree. We heard that from students is that there's a desire, I think, from students and some educators to think about ways in which devices that students bring to school can be used to enhance the learning experience. But we have a strong plan as a part of our Empower Learners initiative to do device replacement, to ensure there's adequate devices on campus. Schools do handle more of the calculators and other devices, but for devices that students need for their assignments, it should be we're in agreement, it should be on their campus. I think what we have to think through is how do we support the use of devices anyway, potentially for teaching and learning. And then, we've talked about watches versus phones. So just the whole spectrum of technology
And I don't desire for teachers to have to micromanage those pieces, right, at all. It's just truly, this is about focusing in the classroom on the academic portion of things. And if there's innovation, I don't want to prohibit that, but the data is very, very clear around how distracting having the devices are in terms of the school day. In my last final 30 seconds, heard from a number of parents. This came up yesterday, but it also has come up in previous conversations around this ongoing desire for specialized programs to be more equitably distributed across the city. And so let me ask this question. If a school wanted to pursue a dual language program, what's the base startup cost?
We have been
Like,
evaluating.
I'll type that
Yeah,
sort of.
we've been evaluating it. I think it's a tough answer to give because the models vary, right? And the way that schools do it is different. I think our role has been to try to create a blueprint for dual language programming, but it is very hard, I think, for schools to do that outside of, additional investments to ensure
That's
that
why I'm
the
asking how
program
much
is
money.
strong.
Because I look at it, if we're looking at pathways or tracks, Houston Elementary, I think it's your only elementary school east of the river that offers dual language for DCPS. Then where do I go for middle school?
Yeah.
Crossing town.
Yeah, we've been thinking about the continuum. I think it really, the cost, to go back to the cost, it really depends upon the number of multilingual learners in the model. But I think the thing that we're thinking about the most is just the staffing, because finding world language teachers has been a challenge and it has been a hard to fill area. And so we want to be sure that we can staff it along with a school supporting it financially.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chancellor, good to see you. I wanted to spend a little time talking about some of the planning and coordination that goes into the feeder pattern from elementary to middle schools, and both on facility as well as academics. Let me talk on facility for a moment, though. I've talked about this before in some of our hearings that we have a very successful middle school in Stewart Hobson Middle School. In full disclosure, I got a kid there. It's full though. Like, it is a school that is basically at capacity and it's constrained physically. We don't have a whole lot of extra spaces where we could add extra classrooms. I think we've probably cannibalized almost everything we can there. We are starting now a J.O. Wilson modernization, which is going to be fantastic. And we're excited about that project. Once it's completed, I think it's highly likely, based on the data and experience, we're going to see enrollment continue to go up at J.O. Wilson and continue to strengthen the feeder pattern. J.O. Wilson feeds to Stewart Hobson. We have an addition being added to Ludlow Taylor Elementary School right now, in addition of, I believe, at least 4 classrooms. That's going to increase enrollment at Ludlow Taylor, which is going to continue to increase enrollment up the grades. So I've got 2 elementary schools that feed into a middle school where we would expect to see growing enrollment. And obviously, we want to keep them in our feeder pattern in DCPS. So it's reasonable to assume we're going to see an increased enrollment through the feeder pattern over time. I got a middle school that is already at capacity. How is the system planning to address the crunch that's coming. I don't really feel like I see a feeder pattern conversation happening around where our modernizations and additions will increase enrollment, which is a great thing, but it's going to create a pressure point on our middle schools. And I don't see us thinking that through yet.
Yeah, we have done well with projecting enrollment. We do look at projections to determine facility use. Sometimes we can be very effective and proactive. Sometimes we are more challenged. I think the example with Ludlow Taylor, if I remember correctly, that capital work is to actually maintain their current enrollment. So I don't think we're anticipating large increases, but we're certainly continue to watch the enrollment at the middle school level as students transition. We have seen a trend that more students from our elementary schools are choosing our middle schools, which is a reverse trend of where we've been before, which is exciting, but it does pose a challenge for us. And so those will be things that we'll have to plan for as we look at enrollment at each grade level and the students transitioning to middle school.
I hear that we need to look at it. What I guess I'm asking is, how are we looking at it? I mean, J.O. Wilson's gonna be great. I'm really excited about it. We already have great things happening at J.O. Wilson. Having a building that actually is a top-notch building is only gonna make it even better. So we're gonna see enrollment go up. We just will. The Ludlow's adding 4 new classrooms. So I don't think it's a maintenance. It's gonna grow. Again, that's a great thing. I don't hear any planning for what's going to happen in the middle school years a few years out. And what I don't want to do is find us in a crunch where we are scrambling to take over a teacher's closet and try to turn it into a classroom somehow.
Yeah,
Can you tell me, like, outside of saying we need to be planning, like, what are we doing? Or we're just going to cross that bridge when we come to it.
yeah, I mean, we look at the long-term trends. We also look at schools in terms of who's in boundary, who's out of boundary, because sometimes the out of boundary enrollment could be driving the capacity challenge there. We need to adjust for that. So we'll continue to evaluate the lottery data for the school as well. And if we determine that some adjustments need to be made, that's something that we'll have to look at. And a part of the boundary
Doc,
study as
I don't
well.
hear a plan in that. I mean, like, thinking from a capital budget, it takes us a long amount of time to get capital budgets lined up to make improvements. We know that even once we get it into the capital budget, it takes a couple of years to effectuate and actually get it moving. I don't hear us with a concrete plan there. Let me switch to a different one then. On the academic side. So DCPS made the choice a couple of years ago to move Chisholm and really maximize their dual language program. Highly successful dual language program, doing fantastic there. The feedback I get from parents, though, is Chisholm feeds to Jefferson Middle School. Jefferson Middle School is not a dual language school. And in fact, like most middle schools, you don't really have Spanish 6th grade. You stop and then you pick it back up in 7th and 8th grade. So the frustration I hear from families is you're putting me into a dual language Spanish elementary school. I love it. That's what makes me want to be in this community, and I'm here. The middle school I feed to, all of a sudden my kid goes from dual language to nothing. And then 7th and 8th grade, I pick up Spanish again. I know that we've tackled tough ones before, right? Tough decisions when J.O. Wilson, which used to have a really phenomenal French program there, except there wasn't a French program anywhere else, right? And so we had to make a tough call to switch that up to a Spanish program, which more aligned academically with the feeder pattern. It's a tough decision, but it was the right one. How do I answer that to parents though? To say, well, we're gonna give you this great dual language for elementary school, but it's gonna stop the moment you get to middle school. I don't see us coming up with those academic feeder patterns or the academic planning that follows that feeder pattern. How do we address that? And are we looking at that?
Yeah, so we were very transparent. I participated in a couple meetings with Dr. Brand and the school community that if they were going to make that transition, that DCPS had a solution in terms of dual language and our feeder rights to, I believe it's Czech and McFarland, right? So we were very clear about this is where we currently stand as relates to dual language if this is the direction that the school wants to go. And we were supportive of that direction because that question was raised, what happens after, elementary school? So we didn't want any surprises there. Now, we're still, as I shared with Councilman Henderson, evaluating where we might grow programming in our middle school. We've looked at, had some conversation potentially around Jefferson Middle School, maybe Kellen Miller, but we have not made any strong stakes in the ground yet about where those programs might potentially be. But we were very clear with the Chisholm community around where the feeder rights currently exist for dual language.
But I'm not incorrect, right? Chisholm feeds to Jefferson.
That's correct.
Okay. So what are you telling me that, like, we warned them, but they made a different choice? Like, help me understand what you're saying, that you would prefer them to feed to a different middle school?
I'm saying that we've laid out clearly, if students want to continue their dual language programming, they have the rights to Columbia Heights and McFarland where those programs exist.
Okay, so a dual language student at Chisholm has a right to go to, you said McFarland or Czech?
Correct. It's a part of the dual language program. Now, their geographic feeder is Jefferson.
Okay. Got it. All right. So that could be just a piece I have not heard from those parents then, because I'm not sure if I'm not sure that's as well known then, because what I hear from parents is I'm headed to Jefferson and I'm not gonna be able to continue Spanish in the same way.
Yeah, we try to be really clear about that when the school was changing its direction. And it's something that we said we would explore, but we were clear that that was, our current structure. And as the program grows, we'll think about other ways that we can support those students.
Okay. So do we have data now that we've been in this status with Chisholm for at least about 1 year since we made that switch, of are we seeing families opt to move towards Czech and McFarland?
I don't think we've had enough time to really collect data, because I don't think they've had students that have been in the program long enough to really for us to collect data on it. I don't know, Dr. Bay, if you have any information on that.
Yeah, we'd have to get the additional data. I will say that at Jefferson does have advanced Spanish humanities course there. And we also provided some additional FTE support to Jefferson this year in order to build out their Spanish programming. So while they're not a dual language middle school, they do have Spanish humanities courses that students will be able to take upon if they want to continue at Jefferson and continue to take Spanish.
Different from what we would find at a different middle school? In other words, through 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade?
Correct. That's what they're looking to build out.
Okay. I don't think we're fully built out then, but if
Correct.
that is the intent, all right.
Correct.
Let me switch to a couple other topics. I know we heard from some of our parents at Amadon Bowen and Brent yesterday. I'm sure your team was watching. Appreciate Mr. Ashley was with me at a meeting down in Southwest with a lot of our Amadon Bowen families just a few weeks ago. I saw the letter that was circulated last night, which on one hand, I think acknowledges that you hear the concern from Amadon Bowen about their current swing space plans, but doesn't really lay out a solution yet. What I hear is, or what I read in the letter, and what I think has been consistent when you and I've talked about this, is that you are, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So is it fair to say you have heard the strong concerns around the current swing space plans for Amadon Bowen? You are trying to look at alternatives. We will not have any decision around an alternative until this upcoming spring, but it would be this spring, which may or may not kind of coincide with budget decisions that would be impacted with that. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay. I know I'm going to have parents who ask me, can you make a commitment tomorrow? I hear you saying, because there may be budget implications of whatever an alternative could or would look like, it would have to be as part of the upcoming budget.
I think we haven't finalized our fiscal year capital budget yet, right? And we're still in discussions. I think if there were a change, I think it could delay the project. And we would want to be clear about what that means and also what it means budgetary, because there could be potential additional costs associated with a different solution as well.
Yeah. I want to make sure I'm clear, and also so the chairman knows as well. I can't support a delay in a modernization if we're all just swinging back at the exact same place again, you're right back in the same problem. The swing location for this is too far away from the Amanamboan community. And so I just want to make sure you hear me loud and clear that if the idea is just to delay it, but we're going right back to the same swing space, I don't think that's really accomplished anything. And so I appreciate you and I've talked about this directly a couple of times.
We have.
I know that
Yeah.
Mr. Ashley has been in at least 2 or 3 meetings that I'm aware of. So I think it's important that my Amanamboan community know that you hear their strong concerns. And I think you've reflected that back. You don't have an alternative to give me yet, but you are working on an alternative and you are very much aware of their strong concerns.
That is correct. And we are open to continue to collaborate with you, Councilmember Allen, to support the Amanamboan community. And we'll continue to evaluate. I mean, what has happened is in this swing space dilemma, one year we didn't have a solution, and then another year we had, because there was a change in, you know, the real estate within the community. So that does happen, and solutions that we don't see today may exist tomorrow. And I understand your point around, you know, your support would be for us if we would have made a delay, that it is not for them to go back to the Meyer site, that it is something that would be different.
Yep. All right. I appreciate that. Our other modernization that we heard a lot about in Ward 6 yesterday was with Brent Elementary School. I think this one's obviously right around the corner, so we're about to start that one soon. I think that I've heard from some Brent community members that are concerned about design element choices. And I'm not going to sit here and say, you know, I like one brick color versus another. I'm not going to get in that space. But I do feel like I'm hearing from the Brent community that they are asking for more collaboration with the design team to fine tune and make some decisions around exterior decisions. I care a lot about what the interior looks like, but I'm hearing from a lot of folks about concern about the exterior design. Is that a commitment that you can have the design team make sure they're meeting with the Brent team on those concerns?
Yes, we will. And I know we've had meetings with the SIT team, the ANCs, and also community members. We've also tried to reiterate there are some limitations we have around exterior design. So I don't know that we would be able to be responsive to all the concerns raised. I don't know if Dr. Ashley want to share a little bit more about that.
Yeah, thanks, Chancellor. I mean, I think with Brent, you know, as Chancellor mentioned, we've been engaged with that community through a number of different forums. I think the reality that we have in DC is that many of our buildings are in historic neighborhoods or are historic themselves, and you and I have had these conversations. And so our ability to make specific changes sometimes is very limited in the interest of keeping the project on schedule. We can go with the Historic Preservation Office and go round and round and round for 20 years to get to the design that we want. But ultimately, we don't have that time. And so many times we have to look at the compromises that we have to make. How do we reflect those design changes? And we've done that with Brent. We've changed some brick colors. We've changed some materials. And so we've actually heard that feedback and actually worked to make those changes. Just to be very upfront, like every change is not possible in terms of budget and timeline. And so we do work with the community to be able to be responsive.
Yeah. I'm not looking to design the building myself. I don't have expectation that the neighbors get to design every aspect of the building itself. I think it speaks to just a strong desire from the community to really be engaged and feel heard. And I think that's people can hear you say, we couldn't make that change or we disagree with that change as long as they feel heard.
Yeah, and Councilmember Allen, I think one of the things, just to be candid with you, that we struggle with sometimes is some of the feedback we get from communities is they don't feel heard when it's not possible. And sometimes, you know, we reflect back that we've heard you, we've made these choices, but just candidly, sometimes that feedback that we get directly is like, well, you didn't do what I asked you to do, so therefore you didn't hear me. And again, we try to balance all of those factors together.
Yep, I hear you on that. Just very quickly, if I can, Mr. Chairman, to wrap this part up. There have been two, I think I flagged it for both of you, 2 requests from the school community around, there's a slip lane that we basically have a very large planter in right now. A modernization creates a great opportunity for us to actually just permanently close that, coordinate with DGS and DDOT on that. I believe I've heard back from DDOT that they're fully on board with that and working with DGS to make that a permanent closure. The other part is related to where we're going to put the bus pickup and drop off. Currently, it's scheduled to happen right next to the construction site on 3rd, and the request is to move it over onto D Street, which would be next to a park, which would allow a lot more space. it would require us making a couple of changes to some parking restrictions. Has there been a decision made on that, or are you still working with DDOT?
Yeah, happy to cover that. So yes, we are aware of that. We've been working with the partners. Again, just sort of the geographic footprint of DC. There's a lot of partners. The Capitol has some involvement in that, the architect of the Capitol. So we've been working with those partners to make that happen. And so as far as I know, we'll be able to make that happen, but we're waiting for confirmation on that.
Okay, that's encouraging news. Thank you very much. And I'm over time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Could you say again, Chancellor, what you committed to Councilmember Allen with regard to the swing space for Amadon Bone?
So we committed to continue to explore spaces that would be more aligned to the distance that our community is giving feedback on. And Councilmember and I agreed that support would be for a replacement swing space if we were to delay the project. That the expectation is if there's a delay, that we're not going back to Meyer as the swing solution.
And what was your commitment with regard to Brent?
That we'll continue to work with the school community on the exterior design. We've already had meetings with the SID, the ANC, and community members, and we'll continue to work with them on exterior design.
But they're frustrated with the swing space as well, are they not? Brent?
I think we
I think
resolved that.
I think they're frustrated. I think that they also do not want to see a delay in the project. And so they are trying to be in as good faith partnership to make it work. I think we have a meeting coming up actually at Meyer sometime soon. I can't remember exactly, but I think we've got the parent community that's going to be there to help make sure that people can have a sense of visibility of what it looks like, be able to answer questions on site. So it is the same space, but at this stage, Brent is saying, as imperfect as they think it is, they want to move forward with it, but we're working to make sure we address the concerns of the parents.
And does that include enrollment? You may have not been here when we discussed the enrollment decline at Truesdale, which is 154, at least in part due to it being in swing space right now.
I've got a bill for that, so I think that's one of the ways we help solve that.
Yes, I noted that. What is DCPS doing with regard to buttressing the enrollment at Brent during swing?
So we support our school communities with recruitment and outreach. I think one of the efforts that was mentioned earlier will help with retaining families is we'll have a visit in March for families to see the space and be comfortable. I think that at the end of the day, one of the benefits that we provide of the swing space is families are provided transportation from the home school site. And so I think that is a way in which we support families to maintain their enrollment. We'll continue to work with the principal to ensure that we maintain much of the enrollment as possible going into this upcoming swing experience.
Are you optimistic you'll be able to avoid the 154 decline in enrollment that Truesdale got? I meant Tubman, I said
Tubman,
Truesdale.
you mean,
Tubman.
yeah. I think there are different issues. I think the student population has shifted a little bit differently in Tubman. That is not the same as Brent. But our goal always is to minimize disruptions or changes dramatically in the enrollment when there's a swing experience.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm concerned that DCPS will follow through. I just want to, before you leave, I was going to bring up near the end the discussion about the design of Brent. So this is one of the renderings, which I think looks an awful lot like the correctional treatment facility, which is kind of a bit shocking. That might be a horrible thing for me to say, but I can't believe it isn't possible for your architect to articulate the facade more so that it doesn't look so institutional. On Brent, you look like you didn't appreciate my saying that, but
Again, we have limitations on the exterior design, and we've tried to be as responsive as we can to the feedback provided.
so I sat through the hearing yesterday and I heard multiple witnesses testify, and they were all pretty clear that they found out the day before the HPRB hearing that the Historic Preservation Review Board was considering Brent and that the deadline for their registering had passed. Parent after parent testified that they did not feel consulted on the exterior. I can't believe they all made that up. So they were quite clear. There was a lot of consultation, discussion back and forth with regard to the interior. Didn't seem to be an issue. If there was an issue, it was clear that everybody felt that there'd been a very collaborative process. But on the exterior, I want to say there wasn't one witness who said that they felt there was any collaboration on the exterior. And they were quite unhappy. And I am familiar with this area. And in fact, this collection of renderings has some photos of the neighborhood houses, which I don't even know why it's in here because it's like just so very, very different. So I cannot believe that DCPS can't go back to their architect and say, make some adjustments to the facade. We're talking about the facade. We're not talking about structure. We're not talking about footprint. We're not talking about setbacks. We're not talking about height. We're not talking about density. All we're doing is talking about articulating the facade. Which takes maybe a little bit of time, but not a whole lot to, I would say it takes a little bit of creativity. Can you promise to do that?
I can't make any commitments. I think, the engagement that we've provided has given the community opportunity to give input. I think some of the resentment is that we just haven't been able to be responsive to all of that, but we'll look at it, but I can't make any commitments. Because, any changes has an impact budgetarily, and also, again, we have to adhere to the historic design of the building as well.
Well, I'd like you to try harder. I mean, I've been through a few, I used to be an ANC commissioner, so I went through a lot of development proposals and saw how architects could vary the exterior. And yes, it would cost a little bit of time and it may cost a little bit of expense, but we're really just talking about some articulation with regard to the facade. And I've seen that over and over again. I have in my mind a particular project on Wisconsin Avenue where they were able to just create some greater variation than you have here, so it didn't look so institutional. At any rate, I will back Councilmember Allen on this 100%. Councilmember Nadeau, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chairman. Y'all have covered a lot of ground already today, so I'll try to keep my questions focused on things that haven't been asked, but I do want some clarification. Chancellor, how are you doing today?
All right, good. Is it morning, afternoon? Good morning, Councilman.
Still morning for a little while longer. Earlier in the hearing, you were talking with my colleague about potential options for a Bancroft annex.
Mhm.
Now, if I understood that exchange correctly, you're thinking about Sharp now as a long-term option for Bancroft, is that correct?
Yes, Principal Morales has expressed interest in that, and she said it is reflective of some of the interests of her school community. We're in the early stages of considering that, and part of the challenge is if we could minimize a multi-campus solution that goes beyond 2 campuses, that would be a consideration. I encourage her to have more conversations with her school community as we assess whether that, is a potential solution. I don't know if you heard what I shared with Councilmember Henderson, but there are some swing considerations that we would have to think through because the space will be utilized going forward for swings for other schools.
Yeah, that's actually my big question, because we were told pretty clearly that Bancroft could not occupy that space for more than a year or two.
Yeah, again, that's something that we are reevaluating. We know we have a solution for pre-K 3, pre-K 4 for the next 2 years. And we're relatively confident that if we utilize the resources available for the old DPR building on 16th Street, we can move pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 there. We don't see space right now for adding more grade levels. And so that's the challenge is we would have some more space constraints at the main campus if we just primarily move out pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 based on current projections of enrollment trends.
Okay, so you're thinking now beyond the 6 classrooms we've been discussing.
That's correct. Yeah, we're thinking beyond that. So, best case, we believe we can get at least, let's say, 7 classrooms at the old DPR site.
Mm-hmm.
which deals with the pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 challenge. But we're thinking beyond that based on current enrollment trends. If there is more space needed, we anticipate, how do we continue to solve for that?
And what about the check program that was supposed to co-locate if we were doing this at the Henderson buildings?
Yes, so best case scenario, we think we got 7 classrooms. We would need 2 additional classrooms for that partnership with Czech. We have not been able to get firm confirmation that we can actually scale up that way to 9 classrooms, but it is something that we're trying to work towards.
Can you show me, can we go to the DPR site so you can show me this? Because I haven't really been in there and it's all sort of conjecture for me at this point.
Yeah, I don't make a commitment because I haven't been in the site myself. I've been inside the Henderson site.
Yeah.
So let me collaborate with DGS on their assessment and we'll get back to you of like what's possible for a visit. We do
Yes.
have some preliminary drawings that we can share that gives you some of the scope of the space.
That would be great.
Okay, thank you.
I've only seen drawings for the junior achievement plans, so I'd like to see that. And do you expect extensive remediation needed?
Yes, we do anticipate that.
And are you confirming now that we are no longer considering the Henderson buildings?
Yes, I am confirming that we're no longer considering the Henderson building. And to be clear, there would need to be some enhancements. For example, we need some type of cafeteria space for food service. There's some ADA accommodations we need to make as well. But the Henderson building does not currently meet the specifications that we have for early childhood education.
Is that, how much space are you trying to find for the other grades that you've mentioned will need to accommodate in the future?
We're still evaluating that. We think we would need another, let's say, I don't know, 3 to 5 spaces. There's been some conversation that potentially we move kindergarten to go with pre-K, that would solve it for the future, and that would be 6 classroom currently, I believe they have for kindergarten. And the idea is that, if you do move out another set of classes, that you would want it to be a grade level so you don't fracture a grade level in a particular school.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And how are you using the funding? How will you utilize the funding that the council allocated for the acquisition of the Henderson buildings?
The plan would be to use those funds for the old DPR building, which I believe you and other council member and the chairman have expressed support for.
Yes, agreed. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Thank you. Appreciate you answering those questions. I wanted to ask also some questions today about the flexible scheduling programs that have been going on. Can you provide an update on how the DCPS schools that received funding for flexible scheduling are implementing their models?
Yes, I will allow Dr. Bay to share some additional context. I know her team's been supporting it, but it's still alive. We see some co-teaching models at the elementary level. I believe Tubman is one of the schools that is utilizing that structure. We've also seen some flexible scheduling at middle school and high school expanded as well. But I'll let Dr. Bay share a little bit more about like what that looks like in schools.
Thank you, Chancellor. Yeah, pretty similar to what the Chancellor's already indicated. In our elementary schools, we see team teaching approaches as well as in middle schools to provide more opportunities for teachers with collaborative planning and with their own individual planning, as well as co-curricular opportunities for students. And we see that in the secondary space as well. We've provided some additional guidance in terms of master scheduling to free up periods and free up time for students to be able to do anything from internships off campus to working with partners on campus. And so we are seeing those schools that were able to use those funds, use them the way that they used them previously to implement their models currently.
And have students and staff and families been surveyed for feedback on them?
I wouldn't say I have formal feedback directly as it relates to flexible scheduling. I mean, we do have feedback from students as it relates to just how the instructional models in their buildings have changed. They talk to us about the opportunities that they have in terms of internships, dual enrollment, the opportunities that they have with different partners throughout the day. So yeah, we get informal feedback, but not directly about flexible scheduling.
It is also an area where I solicit feedback with my teacher advisory as well.
Hmm.
And I think the feedback there is there's been support for it. And I think there's always interest of ways in which we continue to use it as a tool to advance teacher planning, along with giving students some flexibility to do some of the things that Dr. Bay mentioned, such as internships and other activities.
Yeah. And what's available to schools that are outside the pilot program that want to explore flexible scheduling?
Yeah, so each spring we support schools centrally with their scheduling. And so now that schools have the budget and staffing, if a school is interested in taking on a more flexible approach, they can put forward proposal, and then those are reviewed centrally. And then we make any determinations of approvals. For example, one of the things we consider is ensuring that there is the appropriate seat time and hours, and we're meeting those requirements. If there's any kind of flexible schedule, and then we also think about any of our collective bargaining agreement principles that would be in question. So we want to make sure that all of those things are aligned before a school goes forward with a flexible schedule.
Understood. I am on my kids' school scheduling committee right now, which has been really eye-opening in terms of all of the factors that you have to put into meeting those hours and days and all of the PD, et cetera. So I don't envy all of you who work on that. Are you seeing that these programs are genuinely freeing up teachers' time rather than adding to their workload?
I think so. I mean, I think the models that we've seen have been effective to date, but I also think that we are just starting to break the ice. And my hope is that we continue to be creative and potentially identify more solutions. I think it also creates some opportunities for us to use our buildings differently as well. But we want to maximize every instructional minute of the day. One of the elements I'm also excited about, I mentioned earlier, is the idea of including more high impact tutoring during the day and creating schedules that allow students to get that additional learning time is something I think is very promising and is proven to be effective in schools that have been able to embed that in their schedule.
Thank you. One topic that's of great interest to parents right now are the safe passage programs that I understand DCPS doesn't run, but I am curious to know how DCPS coordinates with other partners on the safe passage program and where there might be growth areas.
Yeah, so there's a monthly meeting that Jasmine leads with her team, and we also have daily and weekly communications if there's any critical updates we need to make each other aware of. I think one of the points made earlier today is just ensuring that there is a strong connection with the students and the individuals that are supporting them with Safe Passage, and encouraging that we continue to embed them in the school day daily, so that not only are they supporting students with arrival and dismissal, they're really seen as a trusted adult. And then again, we have our daily 1 p.m. Calls that we have to just assess any risks or threats and make any adjustments accordingly.
Thank you so much for that answer. I really appreciate it. I mean, you hit the nail on the head with one of the things that I've been worried about, which is that, outside building, inside the building relationship, and making sure that the Safe Passage staff know everybody so they know what's about to spill out onto the street. So Thank you for that. It's really encouraging to hear. In the time that I have left, I want to talk a little bit about retention, vacancies, and substitutes. Do you have on hand the current vacancy numbers for 3 positions: social workers, school psychologists, and school counselors?
We do. So I will get you those, have to pull them up,
Okay.
give you each category. So for school psychologists, there's currently 25. I think you said counselors, correct?
Counselors and social workers. Yep.
Yeah, so counselor, there's 1 vacancy, and for social workers, there's 13.5 vacancies.
Thank you. And how many classes are currently being taught by long-term substitutes and short-term substitutes?
I would have to get back to you on those numbers if you're separating those out.
What's the combined number?
So there are 200 long-term subs that have been in their positions. They usually support 30 days or more.
Mm-hmm.
And there's roughly about, on average, about 200 short-term substitutes.
And are they typically full-time, fully deployed?
Substitutes? Yes.
Yeah.
So we have about 740, 100, 750 in our substitute pool. And right now we're around 85% fill rate, which is an increase in previous year. And then teacher leave is typically around 6 to 7%.
Thank you. How many substitute requests were unfulfilled in FY24 and FY25 year to date?
I believe, I know it's a lower number. I think we were in the lower 80s last year. I had to go back and get the number from the previous years.
Okay.
We're,
I'd be happy to receive that later.
okay, yeah, because we're at 85 now. I think last year was around 82, but we'll have to get the other years for you.
Do you think that a DCPS would benefit from a staffing model that guarantees at least 1 permanent building-based substitute per school?
I think it does vary by school, which is why we allow schools to make those determinations. But even when schools do have those roles, what we've seen is that individual is not utilized as a substitute every day, right? And so
Okay.
I think that is the challenge fiscally, is that we would be funding a role that would bleed into other duties and responsibilities that is not totally dedicated to, being a substitute.
Very good. Chairman, I have 2 more questions. Do you have any leeway on the clock?
If this is it, then yes, you can take a little longer.
I appreciate that. Chancellor, your responses mentioned that 18 schools haven't been matched with CBOs through the School-Based Behavioral Health Expansion Program. Which schools are those?
We'd have to get you a list of those 18 schools.
Okay.
We
I would
can
like that.
follow up.
Thank you. And also, when I receive that, a timeline for when those schools would be matched.
We can do that.
Okay. Finally, you surveyed school behavioral health coordinators and found that 62% believe the role assignment affects their ability to carry out their primary responsibilities. Have you considered making this a standalone position or spreading the duties across a team rather than adding it to one person's existing responsibilities?
The responsibilities for who again? We'll make sure.
The school behavioral health coordinators.
School behavioral health. We look at each role each year annually to assess if there needs to be any changes. Again, I think this is where we generally see strong implementation, but is happy to look at it if it's an area that we think we need to go in a different direction.
It looks like your own people, your survey showed that 62% of them believe the role affects their ability to carry out their primary responsibilities. So is that something you would be evaluating in your annual look at it?
That is correct.
Okay. Look forward to hearing what you think after you do that evaluation. Let's keep in touch on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor, was there anything that you asked the Chancellor to get back to you with?
Yes, I asked him to get back to me on the number of the names of the CBOs that have not been matched through the school-based behavioral health expansion program, which we believe is 18, and also a timeline for when those would be matched. And then how many substitute requests were unfulfilled in FY24 and FY25 year to date.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Um, My understanding is you'd like a brief recess? I heard that. Did I make that up?
Sure, we can take one.
Well, I don't want to force you. I'm expecting another council member to come down. How about maybe like a 5-minute recess?
Okay.
All right, we're back in session. Chancellor, we've been joined by Councilmember Janice Lewis George, and she has questions. We've been doing a 15-minute round. Go for it.
I probably won't even take that long, but let me not say that because
Yeah,
then
that's what the last council member
that's
said.
the last one.
And then they went over.
Yikes, I wasn't here. Okay, if the question is asked and answered, just let me know because I was in the DGS, chairing DGS hearing, so I have no idea. I want to start with some Ward 4 schools and sort of looking ahead for Ward 4 schools. We have a number of our elementary schools are sort of where they are. Our middle schools are basically at capacity, in our opinion, as far as enrollment, currently in enrollment projected. And then we have concerns about sort of our high schools and making sure that we have the maximum space for them. We have Roosevelt and Coolidge. Roosevelt, we were able to temporarily solve because of the move of stay. Coolidge is still also now like at its maximum capacity with students in the, using different spaces for classrooms. We have to start thinking about current enrollment and future enrollment as it relates to Ward 4 middle schools and high schools because of the great things that DCPS is doing, right? This is great news, right? Mm-hmm. First and foremost, let me say that. Parents are interested and going into our feeder patterns and they love our feeder patterns, so they are actually going elementary, middle, high school straight through. We're so ecstatic about it, but we're worried about the physical limitations in space. Chancellor, can you talk to me about sort of what plans are being made, sort of looking at current enrollment and future projections enrollment? How are we going to address the needs of Ward 4 students and the space needs that we undoubtedly have now, but are definitely going to have in the future?
Yes, so we have been really excited about our Ward 4 schools. Had a really strong year at McFarland.
Yep.
And their student achievement. Whittier continues to be a strong, bold school. Coolidge continues to grow in enrollment. I remember when first arrived, their enrollment was less than 300 students.
That's right.
So all exciting news. I think we have had conversations with our school leaders about, the lottery and outer boundary and its influence on enrollment. We've also taken some steps to add additional space at Coolidge with the cafeteria space and continue to collaborate with Principal Bright on that. As you say, we were able to give additional space to Roosevelt with the state program transition to Garnett Patterson. We're continuing to monitor enrollment at Ida B. Wells and McFarland as student transition to middle schools. Based on our long-term plans and projections, we believe that the capital plans we have to date would be appropriate, but we'll continue to reevaluate those. I think, again, going back to the outer boundary scenario, is there may be a scenario where we have to limit the outer boundary enrollment to ensure that we have space for students who live in the boundary.
Okay. I think the current capital plan isn't accounting for also just the natural population growth of the ward in general. Which the last census literally said we were growing exponentially. Ward 4 was, and as far as the amount of children, I think 4, 7, and 8 have 50% of all the children in the city are in our 3 wards. I would like you all to start considering the very real reality of needing to purchase and or lease space. It's in the past been your position, you don't want to lease, you don't want to purchase, and I want you to lease and I want you to purchase additional space. So I guess my question is really aimed at, can we come back to the drawing board and look at the numbers realistically and come up with a capital plan that I think will actually make sense for Ward 4 schools?
Yeah, we're always working with DGS Realty to assess available space. I pass Military Road every day. As soon as I noticed that it was potentially available, we jumped on it and we acquired it, and that allowed us to add more pre-K space. And we continue to scope out space throughout Ward 4. So similar to what we were able to do with acquiring the McGogney site, which allowed us to add more swing opportunities east of the river. We'll continue to look around. I think
The Episcopal school is now available, and I would like DCPS to consider the purchase or lease of the Episcopal school to deal with some of the overcrowding issues, not only at Lafayette, but just the projection we're going to have for dealing with the fact that Deal is also going to be at capacity and dealing with sort of max capacity issues. Will you all consider the purchase or lease of the Episcopal school?
It has been in consideration for some time.
Yes.
They started with only a lease option. More recently, did we get wind of an idea of potentially sell outright, which is what we prefer. But we try to keep our real estate decisions close to the chest because in many
Understood.
cases we are competing with other organizations
That
for
is
these
true.
spaces. But it is something that we are exploring.
I want to ask, thank you for that. I'm going to continue I don't even have a real estate license, but I've gotten real estate over the last couple of years for schools. And so I'm going to continue to push you all to.
Yeah, if you or your team identify space, let's talk about it.
Okay.
And we can evaluate it.
The Sharp School was listed on the mayor's 2022 task force basis on a list of schools recommended for renaming. For those that don't know, the school is named after C. Melvin Sharp, the defendant in Bowling versus Sharp, and a known proponent of maintaining segregation in DC schools. My community, frankly, is really ready to get this process started for the Sharp School, and they want it renamed ASAP. Chancellor, when can Sharp community expect their long desire to rename the school to happen?
Yeah, I think we should talk about it, and we certainly support council members when they hear from their school communities around name changes. I think the Shirley Chisholm name change is a perfect example
Right.
of how the community was charged about that issue. And
Yes.
it went through an engagement process, and so we would support any school community in the same way.
Okay.
I think it's a different scenario.
It's different.
Because it's a swing site.
It's a swing site.
So
So it really is the greater community saying, when are we going to change it versus a sort
a
of
school community.
a
yeah.
school community, which has
Yeah.
made the process go on longer. And we have several entities who want to be considered, their name to be considered, probably 3 different people who have come to me and said, I want the Sharp School to be named after this person, that person, this person. So I want to know sort of how quickly we can get that process started for the Sharp School.
Why don't, because it's not a designated school community, why don't your staff collaborate with our team so we can identify a path forward?
Okay.
So of who the appropriate people that need to be engaged.
Okay, great. Putting my chair of facilities hat on, I see how old schools on the PACE list awaiting modernization are not given the increased maintenance attention and funding they need to be safe, healthy, and usable academic spaces. Obviously, Whittier and LaSalle Back is in Ward 4, but I'm thinking of Cleveland in Ward 2 and other schools I've heard from. I firmly believe DGS and DCPS need to treat these schools differently, meaning they need to be prioritized because we know that they're going to have issues. We keep coming back. I mean, whether they're HVAC issues, whether there's leaking issues, whether there's mold issues, all of these buildings are old. There's a set amount of schools who have not been modernized yet. What my ask is that DCPS facilities, and my ask is this to DGS, so I'm asking you both the same thing, to put together a special task force within your agencies aimed at our schools that are awaiting their PACE modernizations so that you all can do proactive maintenance and preventative maintenance at those schools. We know it's going to get hot. We know the HVAC going to be broke. We know the air is going to break. We know it's coming. We can be proactive about it, but I think there needs to be a task force to designated to these schools that are awaiting PACE Act. And I'm just asking if you all can commit to doing that. I'm asking Director Hunter the same thing.
Yeah, we will collaborate with Director Hunter. I think because, DGS is typically the lead. We want to ensure that that's something that DGS supports, but I don't see any barriers in DCPS supporting that. I do think it's important to note that we do prioritize these sites in our small capital projects. And also we prioritize these schools in a work order process as well, so that when issues do arise, these schools receive the first support and services so that those issues can be resolved, or if we're aware of any long-standing issue in that building, that we're proactively addressing that.
Understood. This is, I think, the only way for us to like not deal with the heartburn that comes every time. And then everybody's on Twitter, everybody's on email. It's the same thing over and over. So I think I just want us to all to collectively be proactive there. What is DCPS's swing space plan for LaSalle Bacchus?
We'll take that one.
I think we're still working on LaSalle Bacchus. It's outside of the sort of window in which that we're announcing swing spaces. So we're happy to follow up with your staff and talk through what that would look like. There's a couple other factors specifically with LaSalle that we're thinking about right now. So
Okay.
don't want to get ahead of that.
Got it. Overall, and I'm interested in LaSalle Bacchus as we deal with swing space issues across the board. I think we need sort of a better and more transparent system that accounts for the distance parents need to travel and enrollment projections among other many factors there. I understand DCPS is working on changes to the swing space process overall. When can we expect that plan to be released?
We'll take that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely something we've heard a lot of feedback about, and we're really thinking about how that we can be intentional about swing space feedback. One of the things that's important to us is, swing space is not done in a vacuum, right? Any change that we make to a swing space plan affects all of the other swing spaces that we have. And so one move changes everything. And so we're thinking about how to be able to proactively solicit feedback. One of those ways is that our modernization projects have turned from 3-year projects into 4-year projects. And so that's an important step so that we have the opportunity to get additional feedback. And so we do hope that, later this spring, early this summer, we'll have more details to share about how that we do plan to do more engagement here, but doing it in a way that's actually meaningful and also gives communities enough time to be part of the budget process, because all of these things do have budget implications as well.
Right. Yeah, I think within the swing space, and that's why I asked about LaSalle Bacchus now, even though it's outside the window, I think because of how it's happened in the past with the back and forth between selection, design, and then community, and y'all having to go back to the page, now is the time to start thinking about that. So I'm just gonna ask, LaSalle Bacchus has a new PTO president, and they've organized really well, which I'm very proud of. I'm gonna ask DCPS to sort of have someone reach out to their PTO and start some initial conversations of what they can expect so that they can start feeling engaged now and sort of have expectations about when their real engagement is going to start based on the process.
Got it. Thank you. We're happy.
My other question deals with, I wanted to talk about was what I think you all had this topic conversation, so you can say ask and answer. But that Ward 4 has the largest immigration population. So I have a large amount of students who are Eritrean and Ethiopian. I have a large amount of students who are El Salvadorian and American, Dominican American, but also people who are literally concerned about their families as a result of sort of the lack of guidance on ICE. What I've heard back from from teachers, leadership staff who've been willing to speak to me, and students and parents alike is right now what you guys currently have given as sort of guidance, general, like go look at the thing is not enough. Referring the principals to talk to their instructional superintendents, and then their instructional superintendents would tell the principals, go look at OHE's guidance. Like none of that is working. And it's caused, because of the population of Ward 4, it's caused a lot of heartache. And we have students who are not going to school. We have parents who are not being able to drop their kids off to school. So I don't understand why we're not being loud about our position, and we're also not giving real guidance, like go talk to so-and-so to get an answer, and then the answer being a vague answer. You're putting I think you're throwing our principals under the bus, quite frankly, because of the lack of guidance that has been given. So, can you commit to giving some real guidance that principals, teachers, and parents can all feel like they understand what they should be prepared to deal with if ICE were to come to one of our schools?
Yeah, it is a topic that we discussed in LIMP earlier, and I shared that our guidance to our principals is to comply with lawful directives from any law enforcement, be it ICE, Federal Marshal, Metropolitan Police Department.
So we are going to comply with ICE?
Right, so that is our guidance, and that is alignment with the Attorney General guidance, is that we are to comply with lawful directives. Now, I think when documentation is presented to, or if it should be presented to our principals and someone's on their campus, we know that they're not legal experts. And so we're empathetic to that. And that's why we said to them.
Teachers aren't lawyers and principals aren't lawyers.
Right.
You know, some of them may be, if they transferred over, but
They may.
majority are not, is what I'm saying.
Right, and so we're empathetic of that, and that is why we have said the first step is to contact our general counsel's office to determine whether that directive is lawful or not. And that includes determining whether that official has the right type of documentation or warrant. We also have communicated to our school principals that if they need additional support outside of that, we can support them, and we have been supporting.
I'm just telling you, they need
school
additional
communities.
support. They need additional support. I don't know if they feel comfortable saying that, but I feel comfortable saying it for them that they need additional support.
We've done several times. I think, we'll create anonymous structure for people to share that, because we just haven't gotten that from school leaders. They haven't communicated that directly.
Okay, well, I hope to see, I disagree that the director from OAG, I am a lawyer, but I disagree that that is what sort of it should be interpreted as we must comply with ICE. I don't think that's it. I just don't think that's the case. I think we've embedded in our law as the district several times where we've confirmed and affirmed ourselves as a sanctuary city. We've also said sometimes that we were not going to comply with ICE in different circumstances. I think in 2018 or 2019, when that fight came about sort of complying with ICE in our court, in the courthouses, in hospitals, et cetera. So if this is a change in sort of who we are as a city, as a sanctuary city, I'm concerned that we're changing our policy to meet the current federal government right now. And so now I feel uncomfortable telling my constituents that they are safe. So now they're, I don't want to tell them go to school if our guidance is, if we're telling teachers comply with ICE. So I hope there can be some change or some guidance, and Chairman, I hope you can work to come up with something that we can tell our school communities. Ward 4 is especially vulnerable, to be clear.
We had a very long exchange earlier. I asked the Chancellor if you would please go back and reconvey the message
Okay.
and think about how to reinforce it. I'm not sure he was completely in agreement, but I was quite clear, and I read into the record excerpts from the OAG guidance. Which
Okay,
is a little different than what had been said earlier by the Chancellor.
great. That's my round. Thank you so much. I'm going to head back over to DGS. Thank you so much, and I look forward to our continued relationship. And DC Public Schools and Ward 4 are killing the game, and I'm extremely proud of the strides that we've been able to make over the last 5 years, 2 years. Every year, Ward 4, our DC Public Schools are getting better, and I think that's a testament to the hard work of DCPS. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chancellor, earlier I referred to two questions that DCPS sent answers this week. One of them had to do with vaccine compliance, and the other had to do with DPS staffing numbers. And I asked that you resubmit the answer to the second question more fully. Your answer indicated it took more time to get the information, and I would like you to take that time and get the information. I'm bringing it up again because I was told that somehow the non-compliance figures, that I was like not reading them correctly. I'm going to ask that you resubmit that answer as well. The question had been, by percentage, how many students are in compliance with all vaccination mandates required by law or regulation? Categorize the answer by elementary, middle, and high school and by type of vaccination. And I think that the answer with regard to by type of vaccination was, how do I want to put this? Didn't answer the question as asked, but was structured differently. So if you could just resubmit that answer. I would
Yes,
appreciate
yeah,
it.
we'll clarify that. I think that was an error on our team. I think the data is a subset data that 50% of the students without polio are a subset of 5% of non-compliant students. So that's not 50% of all students, but we'll get you greater clarification on that. I apologize for the confusion.
Thank you. Um, Give me a second here while I, give me just a second. There was a witness who testified yesterday from the LSAT Collective. I had not heard of that before. But the impression I got from her testimony is that not every school has an LSAT. Is that correct?
Every school is expected to have an LSAT.
My question was, does every school have an LSAT?
They should. Yeah, I'm not aware of any schools that don't have an LSAT.
I'm guessing that some LSATs are more active than others.
They are.
And that some LSATs have more parent participation than others.
That's correct.
Is there anything that DCPS, or that your office is doing to try to support, buttress, get more, whatever, more robustness in these LSATs?
Yes, our engagement team supports schools with outreach if they're having challenge with engagement and participation from LSATs. We encourage schools to engage families early on to help recruit LSAT members so that they have a strong slate of parents who can support them in this effort. But the expectation again is that every school have a local school advisory team.
Um, I want to ask some questions about special education. And I have to confess, I'm not as well organized in asking these questions as I would like to be, so I'm going to muddle through this a little bit. I was looking at the report from last December by the District of Columbia Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. I'm assuming you saw that report.
Sounds familiar. We get a lot of reports.
Look like that.
We
That
get
may
a
not
lot of
help.
reports that looks like that, but I'm happy to try to answer any questions you have about the report.
Well, I was kind of struck by this. So there was testimony yesterday that said that basically the way that DCPS handles special education issues where there's an issue, it's like a disagreement over services, is through the due process rather than the other two processes that are available, which are mediation, or I think it's a more informal dispute resolution process called a state complaint. And finding 8 of this advisory committee was the District of Columbia has consistently had the first or second highest rate of due process complaints among the states and federal territories for its school public system in special education for many years. And it goes through some ratios, but it was just shocking that the incidence of due process as a way, or due process complaints as a way of dealing with special education issues, that the DC is just off the charts compared to the 50 states and 6 territories. There was testimony yesterday from several witnesses. DCPS's reliance on special education litigation, that DCPS relies on the due process approach. Where am I going with this? That this is a more expensive way of doing it than mediation or the state complaint approach. One witness yesterday, often we find, this is Children's Law Center, often we find that filing a due process complaint is the only way to get a response from DCPS. That doesn't seem satisfactory to me. That's the only way to get a response. For example, we had a case where a parent of a kindergarten student requested through counsel that DCPS conduct evaluations to determine the student's present levels and whether their individualized education program needed to be adjusted. After no response, the attorney sent a follow-up request 2 weeks later and again the week after that. Finally, 6 weeks after the initial request, a meeting with the school team was held where we requested an independent educational evaluation. The school team said they would decide by the end of the following week. That deadline came and went with no communication from or decision by DCPS. So there was a request, silence, a follow-up request, silence. 6 weeks after the initial request, there's finally a meeting that led to a discussion about an IEE, told that the school team would decide. That deadline came and went. So then CLC filed a due process complaint. So that's the more expensive side of this system. And 3 days later, DCPS resolution specialist sent an IEE authorization. Here, the filing of a due process complaint seemed to be the only way to get a response from DCPS. The current practices effectively make the filing of a due process complaint a necessary step in accessing special education services. Had this parent not been represented by counsel, delays likely would have continued, and the student may never have received the evaluation. So what are you going to do about that? And please don't say, well, this is just an isolated situation, because we've heard this over and over again. There are too many instances of this. So what are you going to do about this?
Well, a couple things I will offer to what you described in the report. One is, want to clarify, we do offer mediation. So that is a path that we're happy to engage in. We also have a slide on our complaints. And I think it's just important to note that this is an issue that we have been working to address. And we have shown that we have reduced our number of complaints over the last couple of years. And this is something that we will continue to work on. I think it's important for us to continue to advance our training for staff and also ensure that we continue to think about ways to enhance our communications with families. I think oftentimes communication can be a tool to resolve some of these issues. But you can see over the last decade, our complaints filing have been reduced by over 60%. But there's still a lot more work to do.
Well,
and we will
you're
continue
making-
our communications with our families. I think where we see disagreement oftentimes is between families, and what's in IEPs is around services and also evaluation, where a family believe that there should be evaluation, and sometimes DCPS is not in agreement with that.
I don't like the answer. The reason I don't like the answer is that what you're seeing is that there's some disagreements. Of course there are, and that would be true for every state. But what I read to you earlier from this advisory, from this December report, is that DC has consistently had the first or second highest rate of all the states and federal territories. In its report relating to 2011 to 2012, the U.S. Department of Education noted 805 due process complaints per 10,000 students served compared to the national average. Remember, I said 805 compared to the national average of 26 per 10,000 students served. So you said things have gotten better. All right. In 2018, 2019, DC reported 245 due process complaints per 10,000. So that's a change from 805 to 245. That's a dramatic drop. That's good. Compared to a national average of 30. So, and your testimony, I remember this from last fall, was that the numbers have continued to drop. It's still the highest among the 50 states. It's a lot. You mentioned mediation. Maybe I'll ask it this way. How many due process complaints were filed last year?
How many, repeat the question again, please?
How many due process complaints or cases were filed last year?
205.
Okay. So I have in front of me the statistics on mediation because you mentioned mediation. Last year, 16 requests. Clearly that's being de-emphasized. You said how many due process? 200 and what?
205.
205, 16.
Well, I think it's important to note that the mediation is a mutual process. So if a family determines that they wish not to take that path, then they can initiate litigation.
Sure, but that's true in all 50 states and 6 territories.
Yeah.
So why is the district so different?
Well,
So, I mean,
think we're
I
in
read
a very
you this
litigious
example.
environment where I think families are encouraged to pursue that versus trying to mediate.
Well, I read to you from the CLC testimony, that example. They weren't anxious to file a due process complaint. There were other options there. It's very clear to me that DCPS is justifying this litigious approach, which is very expensive, when in fact there are other approaches that would be much less costly and not litigious and probably more effective. So,
And we remain open to those processes. I think mediation can be a tool, but again, parents have to agree to that mediation process.
Okay,
and I
so-
think we've seen improvements and we'll
So-
continue to make improvements.
do you think CLC, Children's Law Center, is not telling the truth? And you don't have to answer that question. But they seem to be really open to alternatives to litigation, and they probably represent a lot of these cases.
Well, I think it'd be inappropriate for me to speak to that specific example. I'm not aware of that specific example, but we agree that litigation can be more expensive.
So
And we want to minimize that when we can, and we
Yeah,
do offer mediation. But the family again has to agree to enter in that process with DCPS.
I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. I mean, the incentives are there to litigate rather than to avoid litigation because we budget millions of dollars. If I remember correctly, on the due process complaint, when it gets escalated to the formal hearing, you're represented by a different agency, so it doesn't cost you, it's Office of the Attorney General. And what I think is happening is that you're struggling, meaning DCPS is struggling to provide adequate services in every school for every kid. And so it's easier to take the litigious route, which causes some families to drop out, but then that's more costly. So I thought this was quite damning. Cumulatively, special education attorneys' fees in hearing officer decision ordered non-public tuition, hearing officer decision or HOD ordered evaluations and compensatory education awards cost DCPS more than $4.2 million in fiscal year 23. DCPS could invest these resources in improving the provision of special education at the outset to prevent the need for litigation down the road. With $4.2 million, DCPS could hire an additional 65 special education teachers, or 103 dedicated aides, or 48 related service providers. It's a little harder to get there, but that's flipping the process. I feel like I'm preaching, and I don't mean to do that, but we're going to get a budget in a month, and I'm going to look at the special ed dollars. You know, I did that last year. And I'm half tempted to say, but I actually, what I really want to say is I'd like to collaborate with you on this, but we have the power to appropriate, and we could say, well, we're not going to appropriate the dollars for the litigation because we want those dollars to instead go to services. So I got an email from somebody. It was a parent who was reaching out for help. And DCPS offered to pay some, not all, of the legal fees for this parent. The parent wanted, I think, if I understand correctly, something like additional services, which would have cost maybe $10,000. Do I have that right? Services would have cost maybe $10,000. That's what the dispute was over. And when it was all said and done, DCPS said they would pay the parent's legal fees of $95,000. So to avoid a $10,000 expense, DCPS paid $95,000. And
Yeah.
how much were DCPS's costs? I realize it's in-house, but probably something comparable. You were going to say something.
Yeah, I don't have the context of that. Rarely are these cases that simple. And the reality is we recognize the challenge of having due process and litigation, and we've done the work to reduce that, and we'll continue to do the work to reduce that. I think it's important to note that 205 represents about 2% of our special education work in terms of the number of students with IEPs. And again, we are open to mediation, but again, I have seen scenarios where families are choosing not to take that path. But I think in a larger scale, DCPS has worked to reduce that, and we'll do that. And I also believe that if you look at DCPS outcomes for students with IEPs, there aren't many school districts who've seen the academic progress and gains of students with IEPs that we have. And so it does give me a great level of confidence to see that our students with IEPs are making progress, particularly in math and reading.
You're painting me. So help me here. Proficiency in English among white students, let's say, what grade? Give me a grade. Second grade. No, that's too young. 8th grade. Proficiency of white students in English, EL, English language arts. What is it? 80%, 85?
Yeah, my point is
No,
that
no, no,
the
wait,
rate of
hold on. And what is the proficiency for Black students? Roughly 25? And what's the proficiency for special ed students? 10?
my point is the rate of improvement. There aren't many school districts that have seen the rate of improvement in this population at DCPS experience.
What is the proficiency level of special ed students in English language arts?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. We
Am
can
I
get
right?
them
It's
to
single
you.
digit?
I have to get those numbers to you. I don't know if you're referring to Kate, Nate. I don't know which data points you're referring
It's
to.
pretty low, and it's below African American students, correct?
Again, I'm not sure which data point you're referencing.
So you mentioned mediation again, but clearly the numbers, mitigation is de-emphasized. If there were 16 requests last year for mediation and hundreds of due process complaints, clearly mediation is not being pushed as the preferred option. Clearly.
Again, we remain open to mediation, but the family has to agree to it.
So local education agencies were overwhelmingly found to be wrong in hearing officer decisions in special education due process complaints. FY 22, 52 hearing officer decisions. Of the 52, the total number, no, I got that wrong. Total number of hearing officer decisions in FY 22, 57. The number favoring DCPS, actually, I think it's LEAs, but it's mostly DCPS, was 5 out of 57, and 52 went against. That's a pretty bad success rate. Hearing officer decisions to which DCPS is a party. This was fiscal year 23. DCPS prevails on all issues in 33% of the cases. Put differently, DCPS loses on 67%. I'm getting a blank look. The Oversight Committee, which also does the appropriations, is looking at this as a really painful process for the parents and the kids that has a very high failure rate for DCPS and is very costly. DCPS's decision to fight cases that they lose more often than not. That was 67% lose, 33% win. DCPS's decision to fight cases that they lose more often than not is concerning. Not only does this increase litigation costs, but also creates a barrier to special education access. Too often, DCPS denies special education services and chooses to litigate the dispute only to ultimately be ordered to provide the denied services, that's cost, and pay for the student's attorney's fees that were increased by the decision to litigate rather than settle. So, Chancellor, where do we go from here with this? Because this is the performance issue, and this is a performance hearing, but it's also a budget issue, $4.2 million.
Well, I think where we go is where we've been, and that is continue our work in reducing the number of due process complaints, continuing our work to improve performance. I think we have found success in parent engagement and communications and training, and our work is to continue with that. We will continue to engage with parents on the benefits of mediation and ensure that they understand and know that that is an option and that DCPS is very supportive of that option and hopes that more families will agree to mediation in lieu of litigation.
Do you think that answer is satisfactory to the committee?
I do. I don't think we can force families into mediation.
Well, how does it work in the other states? Do you want me to read this again? The District of Columbia has consistently had the first or second highest rate of due process complaints among states and federal territories.
Yeah, I can't speak for other states. I can say that we've been working to reduce our number of complaints, and the expectation is we continue to do so.
Well, I invite you or your staff to work with the committee because we're going to look at this aggressively when we have the budget. That's 4.2 million is a lot of dollars, and that could go to schools or it could go to special ed services.
Yeah, we're happy to work with you on that and look at what we can learn from other jurisdictions if they have some strategies that are more effective than the strategies that we're currently utilizing.
Well, pushing mediation for one and being less adversarial for another. Give me a second. What is DCPS doing to control security contract costs?
Well, one, if we have had to reduce the number of contract security in schools, I think secondly, we are evaluating, there are a lot of services that are provided to families and students where the provider has said that they cannot afford the cost of security. And historically, DCPS has supported those efforts, and those efforts have expanded. And so we see a greater need for security. And so we've been thinking about ways in which we right size that. But I think it's hard to manage where there's a desire to be responsive to need and more people provide services that require security. And just the sheer number of providers who said that they're not able to afford those costs. And we do want to provide that program because we think it's important that students have after school activities. It's important for students to have access to extracurriculars. We've been growing our athletic program as well. And all those activities, events typically require some level of security. We
you
also have been reevaluating our security contract as well to look for efficiencies there.
Well, I was about to ask you, are you doing any analysis of the security being provided, whether it's could be provided differently and cheaper? So what are you doing? Say more about reevaluating the contract.
Yeah, I think one, just to say, as we talked about, I think at the last budget oversight hearing, that our hourly rate is actually cheaper than DGS's hourly rate. It is something that the contract is an option year contract, and so we're able to look at what the cost will be. But we're always evaluating what cost will look like into the future. I think our challenge is, right, the number of providers that are available in the community to serve these needs in terms of, being able to negotiate with those vendors. We have a really great relationship with our security provider, but we are sort of always evaluating our model.
That's not telling me that there's a robust analysis right now. I mean, I'm just thinking, just by way of analogy, when you walk into this building and you go through the entrance, do we need 4 guards there, or 3 or 5 or 2? Or maybe just 1? And I'm not hearing that there's that kind of analysis. I think there is an increasing demand for security. That doesn't mean that it's warranted in every instance. So has more security in the sense of more places or more officers been provided than is necessary? I'm not hearing there's any evaluation there.
Yeah, Chairman, I think it's a great question. One, just to say, we do have a standard methodology in the way that we deploy them throughout our universe. I think the reality that we've had with our budget situation is that we've actually reduced the number of security officers. And I do understand sort of this conversation about what the need is versus perception, and it's a conversation I know you and I have had as well. And it's something that I think there could be further exploration about. But I think we resoundingly hear from our communities that they do want to feel safe, and that those security officers do provide some sort of presence at the school building to make sure that access is controlled. It also makes sure that from a safety and supervision standpoint, that we're keeping all of the kids inside the building as well, which is very important to us.
Yeah, but I don't like you going to the last because that just sort of support that last point or two, because that just says, well, we need to spend more. When the question here is, what kind of evaluation is being done so that we're more effective? Because we don't necessarily need 1,000 officers when 500 will do. But another question is related to this is, the contract used to be managed by MPD. Should we go back to them? It was cheaper then.
Chairman, I think, regardless of who manages the contract, the costs are the cost, and it's a competitively bid contract. And I think if you're comparing when MPD held that contract, that was in 2017, when costs were substantially cheaper. I think DGS is another example that has a contract with security. There's also a number of other vendors who have contracts with DC government. And when we look at the rates, right, they're not what they were in 2017 when MPD managed that contract.
I know that didn't really answer the question, though, whether MPD should take it or not.
I'm not sure MPD would be poised to manage the security officers in our building. I think that's something that we would want to make sure that we have oversight over. So who contracts it, I think is sort of not the point here of like who is actually doing the contracting.
Okay. Roughly how many security officers, guards are there? Roughly. I'm not looking for.
343, if you want
Three-
exact.
Okay, I was looking for rough. All right. And is that about the same as it was last year and about the same as it'll be next year?
It will be, I think we reduced about 25 officers this fiscal year. And then the next year's budget is still under formulation.
So where I'm going there is, wouldn't it be cheaper if we just had these folks in-house working directly for DCPS? Yes, that a little bit more hassle, but in my recollection from last fall's hearing is that the rate that you pay to the contractor is roughly 3 times what the individual actually gets paid.
So I don't know what the individual actually gets paid. That's something that's between the employer and the employee. I think one of the things to remember is that when we contract, we're contracting on an hourly basis, which includes the full freight of that management, including all the overhead
Sure.
costs, the uniforms, the benefits. And so
And the
bringing
profit.
and profit, absolutely. But I think you replace profit with other costs to the agency. And so that's an analysis that would need to be done.
Well, that was my question. So my recollection is that it's roughly $60 per hour per officer, and their pay is probably, I think we had the number. It was something like $25 to $30. So maybe I'm off if I say 3 times, but clearly substantially more. And I'm guessing that your overhead, as much as I've been criticizing you guys, your overhead is still cheaper than what we're paying the security company.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's important to point out, one, we should do some analysis there, but we only pay security officers when that they are actually employed. And so, we're not just talking about 343 officers that are necessary. We would actually need to make sure that we had a substitute pool for security officers to be able to cover absences and things like that. And so those are all the costs that also go into the
Sure.
overhead. So certainly open to doing some analysis here, but it's not just as simple as saying, they're taking a 50% profit and we would be able to recoup those cost savings. I mean, I do think it's $40 an hour and $53 an hour for security officers.
Is what you're paying under the contract?
We're paying $40.74 for a security officer and $53.17 for SPO.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it's still my point that they're getting paid a lot less. Individually, their paycheck is a lot less than that. So actually, the question I had to ask you about security was different, and it's this. I have a follow-up to the question included in my pre-hearing list about DCPS security contractor, security assurance management. Contractors alleged to be violating the Service Contract Act by failing to pay security officers health and welfare payments for vacation, sick leave, and holiday hours, with SAM officers at DC sites losing as much as $1.2 million in fringe benefits in 2023 alone. Is DCPS planning to extend the contract of security assurance management beyond the contract expiration this summer? If so, why would you want to keep working with a contractor that is allegedly pocketing taxpayer money that lawfully should be going to the security officers according to the Service Contract Act?
Yeah, we haven't been involved in that dispute. It would be a consideration, but we don't have any details about that dispute.
Are you aware of that dispute?
We are aware of it at a high level. We don't have the details of it.
Why can't you talk to the head of security assurance management and say, hey, what's going on? Put a little heat under him. I actually was stopped by one of the officers coming into this building about this issue. So I've been getting a little heat.
Yeah, it's just recently been raised to us. But again, when there are labor issues, we ask that the employees work directly with their labor unit.
Well, I would encourage you to reach out to the management of the contractor. I want to ask some questions about the cluster support model. Give me a second. My understanding is that one of the functions of the cluster support model is to provide intensive support for ELA where they need improvement. 33 schools received intensive support for ELA in school year 23-24. Of those schools, 14 did worse in the SY school year 23-24 CAPE than they did in the SY school year 22-23. And 4 saw improvements of less than 2 points. So that's 16 of the 33, about half, did worse or barely improved. It would seem that this, using the cluster support model to help schools is just not very effective.
Yeah, it is something that we reevaluate annually. I mean, I think there are examples where we can share where schools that have received that support have significantly improved their student achievement. I think it's one of many levers to support a school. Obviously not a panacea. What we've done recently is that we have refined this approach, that we have identified a smaller subset of schools for most intensive support so that we can go deeper with those schools. We found that the longer that we can be present, the deeper that we can support our schools is more effective. But I don't believe all those schools that you mentioned receive a full year of support. But that is something that we've communicated to principals, even as we think about going into the upcoming school year, is that we will utilize a tiered support so that we can focus extensive amount of time in schools who need it the most. And part of the challenge is we've had to make reductions to central services into that team. And so it is a much thinner subset of individuals that can support a school. And we want that to be meaningful versus spreading around a larger number of schools.
I should have read a couple of statistics. So Amadon Bowen went from 19.8 to 19.7. Henley went from 10.7 to 4.8. That's clearly the wrong direction. What do you mean why wouldn't they have gotten full year support? You created this cluster support model several years ago.
Yeah, so it just depends on where schools are in the coaching cycle. So we look at their formative data throughout the year, and sometimes we are shifting services to schools based on results and what we believe they need at that time. But we've also dramatically reduced the staff associated with the model since its inception as well because of the reductions that we made. And so I think it's important to look at schools where we've been there a full year, we've been able to go deeper. I think if you look at where we started with the cluster support staff, we probably have about half of that staff today. And so we have been working to refine our strategies where we can ensure that the staff that we have available are the most effective, but I can give you examples. We've been really focused on Moulton Elementary School in recent years. They've made tremendous strides and gains in their performance. There's other schools that we've supported that have made gains. But again, this is one of many strategies. And school leaders and school staff also have to be receptive to this support in order for it to be effective also.
Well, my notes here say that the number of FTEs in the cluster support model this year went from roughly 90 to 60. That's consistent with what you were saying. What was the reason for that change,
For reducing staff,
for going from 90 to 60?
yeah, so we had to balance our budget. We had a tighter
You know, I
central
knew you were going to
services.
say that, and I just knew from that look, it was like, damn, I just threw you a slow pitch. But,
Well, I mean, it's the reality.
well, yeah, but my recollection is we cut vacant positions, not filled positions. Just saying, we cut vacant positions. And also, I don't think we cut 30, but those were vacant positions. So you want to try again? Because I do appreciate that, and the schools get this too. You know, anytime there's like bad news, it's because the council cut.
Yeah, I don't think all those, you want to speak, I don't think all those positions were vacant positions.
You know, we cut positions from cluster support prior to
The
the
council's
council
action.
making
Th-
cuts.
Thank you. So do you know why?
Again, balancing our budget. From central service, I mean, I think if we look at the services that we provide, there are so many services that are essential that we end up having to make reductions in this area. Like, we don't want to change our contract and procurement staff. We don't want to make adjustments to our legal staff. And
I
so,
love when you throw out these issues. Like, I do have a question on contracts. So I appreciate you don't want to cut your contract staff, since I gave you a hard time about contracts a couple of years ago. Give me a second. So you mentioned contracting. We received a list of 14 contracts over $1 million. Is that all of them?
The 14, what are you talking about in the performance oversight hearing question?
Yes.
That would be all of them, yes.
It seems like a smaller number than in past years. Are you actually cutting back on contracting?
I mean, I think we have consolidated, some of our contracts ended under $1 million. So, you know, for example, one of them that comes to mind is teacher supply cards ended up at $971,000, I believe the amount was, which didn't flip over to the threshold. And so, depending on sort of our service utilization, they don't always exceed $1 million.
I wanted to ask a little bit about food service. What are you doing to improve quality?
yeah, so we continue to survey families and assess quality. I think we've gotten relatively good feedback on the 3 providers that are currently providing service. It is also a regular topic at my advisory meetings for both students, teachers, and families. And then we have regular monitoring of the service providers to ensure that they're delivering on our expectations.
Are you satisfied with the quality?
For the most part, I think we have seen improvements where there were historically some gaps. I believe that we've gotten some new service that has been received well.
What does
We're
that mean,
always-
new service?
So we've got a new provider that has
That
not
would be Sodexo,
Airmark,
Earmark.
yeah. And we've gotten pretty positive feedback on their service. I think we have pushed all of them and we continue to monitor is just like their menu of options. So we balance, what are the requirements as relates to food service, but also we want it to be healthy and tasty. And I think for the most part, those groups have been responsive to that.
How often do any of you at the table sample the meals that they're serving?
Believe we have regular taste testing. I'm trying to think the last time I've had it. Will be earlier in the school year this year. If I'm in a school during lunchtime, I always either like to try something or see what students are experiencing.
Yeah, that falls under my portfolio. And so I had some air marks about a month ago, and I'm scheduled to go in March and have with our self-operated provider. So it's something that we do routinely pop in on and do try it.
And they do catering for us as well. So just last evening, I had my student advisory board. Both Dr. Bay and I were there, and the meal served was from our provider. I forget who that. I think it was Sodexo. It was either Sodexo or Airmark served. Looks like it. My team is telling me Airmark served that last night. So I think that is another way in which we can have an opportunity to sample and experience the product.
You have 42 schools that are, I guess you're calling them self-operated. That means that they don't have the contractor. They are providing the meals themselves. Are you looking to expand that?
We consider it with there currently 8 self-op, not 42.
How did I get 42? We make mistakes too sometimes.
Understood.
8. So are you looking to expand that beyond 8?
It is something that we consider and look at, but there aren't any plans right now. I think there's the question of capacity, because DC Central Kitchen is typically one of our providers that has, somewhat given us some guidance on that. I don't know if there's anything else that actually you want to add about, the self-operated.
No, I mean, I do think we do find value in having a variety of different providers to try out different things. I do think we do see within our self-operated programs that they do tend to be a little bit more expensive as well. It's a little bit more of an overhead for us in terms of when we turnkey out to somebody like Aramark, they provide all the marketing, they provide the foods, they provide the menus. In our self-operated program, that's all things that we have to do and we have to maintain. And so naturally, those meals are going to be higher in cost as well. So we're always looking at options, but we do have option year contracts right now for all of our 3 vendors. And so don't have any plans to make substantial changes.
I think one interesting number that we've seen is that more students are choosing meals on our campus, and we've seen an increase. So we do believe that's an indication that there is greater satisfaction.
Well, I asked about your sampling the foods. Mr. Ashley said that you're going to go to a self-operated school next month, which next month starts tomorrow. Can any of you speak to the difference in the food, the desirability of the food between the vendors and the self-operated?
Yeah, I mean, and I've had meals from multiple providers, both our self-operated programs and our commercial providers. I think they all have meals, and they're all trying new things, and trying to balance our nutritional requirements with making it tasty and interesting to students. And so, I don't know if there would be, sort of Patrick's favorite. I think they all bring value to our students.
Chancellor Farabee, one of the questions I sent you before the hearing was provide by school the number and percentage of teachers retained from school year 22-23 to school year 24-25. That wasn't really answered. Is there a reason why? And you might want to look at the answer you gave.
I'm checking with my team on the answer.
You referred us to a report, which was the DCPS Educator Exit Survey. And then you referred us to OSSI. But of course, that wasn't our question. Our question was, provide by school the number and percentage of teachers retained from school year 22-23 to school year 24-25.
Yeah, we will have to follow up with you on that. I don't have that number at the moment. I'm sorry, I didn't answer the question.
For instance, according to data that we tried to put together, we think that comparing school year, well, actually, we looked a little differently. No, 21-22. We looked a little differently. We were compared, I think it was 21-22 to 23-24. Kramer has only 24% of the student, of the educators still there. So, you know, retention is one of the issues I think is fundamental to quality education. I think stability is also fundamental. Stability in the school is also fundamental to quality education. And so having the same teacher at the same school year after year is a goal. And that's what this question is trying to get at, is what the data is. And if I'm right, that Kramer's only has like 24% of the educators were there 3 years ago, that seems to me counterproductive to our trying to improve educational outcomes at Kramer.
Yeah, I know that in recent years, we've had a new leader who's built a strong team there, and we do see changes in personnel when we have leadership changes. Fortunately, we've seen a very high rate of retention in school leaders at 95%. But I think retention, we always have to look at whether or not we're retaining our effective and highly effective teachers. And I think our 89% number is a strong number, but we obviously want to continue to work to ensure that we create the conditions so we have maximum retention, especially for those teachers that are performing at a high
Sure,
level.
but 89% is comparing last year to this year, right?
Correct. It's year over year.
And, but that is at the same school?
So at the same school, I believe that number is 82%.
Okay. So, I mean, I think it's great that people stay within the system, but in terms of education at a school, it's the same, my view, you may disagree, but my view is the same educator at that school year after year. So 82%, but that's 1 year. You get what I'm saying? I want to look at it over a period of time. So you'll resubmit the answer to question 57?
Yes, we'll clarify that answer.
Thank you. We've been joined by Councilmember Wendell Felder from Ward 7. I'm assuming you have questions? Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chancellor, members of your senior leadership team. Thank you for being here. I'll just jump right in with my questions. Studies have shown that students perform better in a modern school layout. Could you walk me through how you prioritize what schools across the district become modernized?
Yeah, thank you for that question, council member. And so we consider the instructional space and spaces for collaboration. We also have been recently adding additional features to outdoor learning spaces as well and what students experience outside of the classroom. In recent years, we've also been thinking about ways to enhance teacher collaboration and creating spaces for that. And then finally, places where students can receive tutoring or support outside of the classroom. So in many of our schools, you will find that there are nooks or spaces where there's open space or maybe spaces in the media center where we can pull small groups of students. We also consider energy efficiency to ensure that our buildings are efficient as possible. And then safety is another area where we're also looking to create enhancements. And then finally, building use for the community is another consideration. So how do we create space where not only students can benefit from during the day, but also how families could potentially use those spaces after hours as well?
Gotcha. Just a follow-up question. When we talk about the district's master's facility plan, do you guys look at when the building was built, coupled with is it in full use throughout the school year when making any determinations to modernize or close down schools?
So we haven't closed any schools,
Okay.
and there's no plan to do so. When we think about modernization, the PASAC is our guide for that in determining the order. And then we look for what the current needs are to that building. Are there any historical perspectives that we need to consider, or are there any historical parameters that we need to operate in? And then we also think about how do we update the space so that it reflects the current needs of that school and that school community.
Thank you. Oftentimes I've heard the mayor talk about the district as being one of the fast-growing, high-performing school districts. When I think about Ward 7 and trying to create more opportunities, learning opportunities for students, could you walk me through your thinking as it relates to how, if DCPS has given any consideration to bringing a new middle school into Ward 7 or turning it's not that many vacant buildings that can be converted to schools in Ward 7, but how do you guys go about opening up a new school?
Yeah, so we typically open new schools when there is overcrowding in our current portfolio space. We don't currently see that currently, but that can change. I think we try to anchor on the high school as kind of the driving force, because typically families make decisions around high school, beginning in elementary, and then when they transition to middle and high. We have engaged with families in Ward 7 around middle school, including our boundary studies, so that we can continue to explore options. But right now, there isn't any plans to open new space or close space, but we'll continue to have conversation. I think if enrollment demands dictate that, we would certainly look at ways that we can acquire new space or make adjustments to the space that currently exists.
Chancellor, can you walk me through any specific initiatives that are in place to ensure that our students have a safe and supportive learning environment?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I think what is really promising is our restorative practices that we've implemented. I think we've gotten really better with helping students resolve conflict in a healthy way. As a result, we've seen less most egregious discipline incidents involving conflict or altercation between students. And because of this work, we've seen infractions in these areas decrease, and we also seen a significant increase in the number of schools utilizing these practices. And so I think, keeping conflict at a minimum in a healthy way is important. I think the other way is helping students with regulation and conflict resolution when there are issues in their community. But I also believe that our collaboration with the public safety team is critical, because we do see that there are often issues in the community that spill over in school. And so we want to ensure that we are part of the solutions in being proactive in that entire ecosystem between the neighborhood and the school, so that we can minimize any issues that spill over either direction.
When you get in these reports, for example, on conflict resolution, are principals reporting out, or DCPS has its own set of metrics that they go by to determine the effectiveness of, to determine the safety and support that students are getting?
Yeah, so it's data that I monitor weekly. So I look at our tier 4 and tier 5 infractions, which are the most egregious of interactions that students have. And then we also have a student behavior tracker that schools and we look at centrally on a daily basis and weekly. And the good news is that we see in most of these areas that we're down in behaviors that we've seen in the past. And we've also seen, again, better use of our restorative practices. I think another promising strategy is our connected school model, where we support the student and their family, because we often see that sometimes these issues are not just with the students, that it's connected to some things that are happening at home. And so through our connected school model, we're able to bring in partners and other people to support the family. The other thing that I think is really promising is this approach that we have around creating more after school activities and activities for our students to be engaged constructively outside of the school day. We found that when students are, in our athletic programs or our clubs or in our after school program, their attendance is better, and we're less likely to see discipline or safety issues. On top of the work that we do with safe passage, ensuring that students can get to school to and from safely.
Chancellor, could you walk me through how DCPS is working to bridge the digital divide, particularly for students in underserved communities?
Yeah, so we have our Empowered Learners Initiative that guarantees technology in the classroom. That's a wide range from our whiteboards that teachers use for instruction and illustrating concepts. And then there is the distribution of devices that we provide for students to use during the day, and at times they can take home. And so we have a 1-to-1 ratio in grades 3 through 12. And then that ratio is a little bit different for our lower grades. And then most recently, we've been working on our digital literacy and ensure that not only students have devices, but they know how to appropriately use the devices that we have. I think where we are now, we had a discussion earlier, is like, where does the cell phone fit and other technology, so that it's not a distraction to the school day. And we're thinking about ways in which we can do that healthy. And then the final area I think is important is the bandwidth in our Wi-Fi, so that students, when they need to get onto the internet or they need to have access to the internet, that we have the appropriate bandwidth so that it can be used and the rate of refresh is at appropriate level.
I hear about the great work that DCPS does, create more learning opportunities for our young folks, whether it's in early childhood education, safe passage programs, et cetera. On the flip side of that, I also hear that DCPS should do more as it relates to providing some support, additional support to families whose students may have disabilities. So my question is, how does DCPS ensure that students with disabilities receive the necessary transportation as needed, support and accommodation to fully participating in all aspects of school life, and what improvements are being made for inclusive education practices?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember. We work regularly with our partners at OSCE to ensure that all of the appropriate transportation is provided for students who have IEPs or exceptionalities. I think where we have been working more diligently is around extracurriculars, field trips, so that, if we have a group of students going to the zoo, for example, we want to ensure that all students are able to participate in those activities. And so we will continue to, again, to provide the appropriate level of support and information to OSSI so that those services can be provided, and then also proactively communicating with our principals so that they're planning for all of their students to be active participants in these activities.
Speaking of activities, could you speak to what steps is DCPS taking to enhance extracurriculum offerings such as sports, arts, after-school programs to ensure that our students are having a well-rounded learning experience outside of the class?
Yeah, so in addition to growing our athletic programs, because our students always remind us that not everybody's interested in sports, right? So we have to create a wide range of activities for students to be engaged in. I think our efforts have been focused a lot recently on middle grades, because I think a lot of times we see, there's after school programs for our elementary age students, but our students do want activities. So we've been working to ensure that we increase the number of extracurricular activities that are at least, 2 to 3 times a week for our middle school age students, which can include clubs. For example, recently we had a feature, arts and a dance club at Brookland Middle School that is thriving. So we want to ensure that the arts are embedded in that, and then understanding what our student interests are, so that we can incorporate that as well, and then continue to collaborate with our partners. For example, DC Scores is one of our thriving partners for after school programming. As you know, they combine spoken word with soccer, and that a way to keep our students active and engaged after school. And that's something that, we're really proud of. So we'll look to continue to build those types of partnerships so that our students have access to these programming. But the goal is to provide more of these activities, especially again for our middle school age students.
Thank you. Could you walk me through what strategies are in place to expand access to advanced workforce such as AP or dual language or programs for students living in historically underserved communities?
Yeah, great question. I love that focus because we've seen recently we have more students taking AP courses and also more students passing the exam. And that includes our Black students and students who historically have not taken those courses at the level we like. I think the best thing we can do is the preparation, ensuring that our curriculum supports, our academic supports, and our middle school and elementary programming is strong so that students are ready and have the prerequisites in place for these courses. I'm also excited that we have more students taking dual enrollment courses as well, which is another great way to prepare students for college and career. And so this is where students take college courses while they're in high school, and they earn college credit while they're in high school at no cost to the student and the family. That happens during the day, and that can also happen over the summer or after school as well. But these are ways in which we support students in preparing for what's next once they graduate from DCPS. We do an analysis each year of our AP offerings, and so that we ensure that schools have a minimum set of offerings for AP courses, so that if you have a particular high school, there isn't a gap if you're interested in taking AP courses.
Thank you for that. How does DCPS collaborate with local organizations, universities, or businesses to provide students with more real-world learning opportunities, internships, and mentorship programs to prepare them for either a trade or for college?
Yeah, another great question. So we have a panel of industry partners. This is an advisory group that supports DCPS. It is comprised of university partners and also employers. And we spend a lot of time planning and thinking about what are the high demand careers for this region, and then how do we best support students and prepare them accordingly. And then what means of collaborations can we create to support that? And so, for example, an area that University of District Columbia has been focused on is cybersecurity. It's something that we have also been focused on. So how do we create a path where students can earn certifications while they're in high school and potentially earn their bachelor's degree in that area as well. Health careers and health sciences is another area where we have our partners, for example, at MedStar at the table. And they've been really great with helping us understand the landscape and where we need to focus our time in preparing students for health careers. And so that is one of the ways in which we have seen a lot of planning and ground cover in helping us prepare students for career and technical education. And then finally, it's just how do we dispel some of the stigmas associated with these careers? So for example, again, go back for health careers, we've been planning of how do we recruit more males in this area because we've seen that more of our young ladies have been interested in this. We've also had conversations around plumbing, electrical, some of our other trades. You know, how do we ensure that students understand that these are high wage and high demand opportunities, and ways in which we can do that collectively. So we're really thrilled that we have 28 CTE programs that they support, and then we're always looking to expand them based on the labor market.
Mr. Chairman, I had a couple more questions, but I want to make sure that I'm respectful of the clock. Is that okay? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What, and I think Chairman Mendelson spoke to this briefly as it relates to attraction and retention for teachers. Could you walk me through what strategies are being deployed by DCPS to attract and retain high-quality teachers, particularly in high-need subject areas like math, science, reading?
Yes, so I think the first thing we're really proud about is our compensation. And I think this latest addition to our collective bargaining agreement to the Washington Teachers Union contract really helps us stay on the competitive edge of compensation. I think the other place where DCPS is a clear leader is like we set very strong standards for coaching and supports. So most of our schools, there are staff embedded into the coaching model at the school, and then we're able to provide rich professional learning experiences centrally. I think when teachers feel that they have those supports, they're more effective in the classroom and more likely to stay in DCPS. I also believe that the working conditions, so, you know, we talked a little bit about technology. You know, I think you having working technology, the facility is comfortable and supports the learning environment. Those are all things that we've been working on to ensure that teachers are comfortable in their workspace. And then the other area that we've leaned in is ensuring that we look at class size, student teacher ratios, those things. So again, that the working conditions are favorable for our teachers and just ultimately engaging our educators. You know, we have our readers next door that our teachers have created our own decodables. Our teachers often do our own curriculum work. And so I think having our teachers lead the way in academics is one way that we keep them here in DCPS.
Follow-up question to teacher retention, as you may know, may be a growing concern nationwide. What steps are being taken to improve teacher satisfaction, provide professional development opportunities, and support teachers' overall well-being within DCPS?
Again, I think a lot of the same strategies that I mentioned earlier with coaching, professional development, and then we've talked a lot today about different models for scheduling to enhance instructional planning and supports. And so I think all of those help teachers feel good about what they do and build their skills. I think another new partnership that I'm excited about is our ability to offer math courses and opportunities for teachers to earn certificates to advance their math knowledge, given that we've had some challenges with math instruction and many educators have been open that they're uncomfortable in that area. And so I think finding out and assessing as much as we can of where there is discomfort or where teachers need to be supported and then creating those supports accordingly.
And my final question, and we've gone back and forth on emails, and I appreciate your attentiveness and responsiveness during the previous snow event. Unfortunately, there's a number of schools in Ward 7 that either was below temperature for their students because of, you know, the weather outside, or there's a number of work orders that are outstanding. How often do you meet with DGS to discuss those work orders? And or how do you prioritize work orders that seem to be reoccurring?
Yeah, so we talk daily with Department of General Services about, our facility needs. And when we have extreme weather conditions, Director Hunter and I are talking across, the clock, because that does create a strain on our systems, whether we're doing snow cleanup or we need to heat the building. So we do look at schools where they have historical challenges, whether it's HVAC or roofing or what have you, and we try to prioritize those issues and be as proactive as we can. I think the proactive nature of that work creates less challenges where we're reactive, especially around our HVAC system. So, when we get into the extreme cold in the winter months, and then we get into the extreme heat, in the summer and the spring, that our systems are able to cool. And then we also have prioritization in our work order process so that we can be the most responsible to the critical needs as they arise.
Last question, sorry. If it snows outside, is it DGS's responsibility or the school's responsibility to clean the sidewalks and the major or the entrances into the schools?
Yeah, so that's primarily DGS responsibility. We do have custodial support on campus, but we rely primarily on DGS for snow removal on the campus.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chancellor. Looking forward to working with you on my new capacity. I appreciate you and members of your senior leadership being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chancellor, how do you evaluate the quality of any given CTE program? What makes it a successful program?
Yeah, so there are a couple of factors. One is, we want to ensure, one, it is high interest. Secondly, we want to ensure that it is preparing students for high demand careers. And then we look at course completion and students earning certificates. So for example, how many students are completing the course that are associated with that pathway from start to finish? And then how many of those students within that pathway are earning industry certification?
Let's take the Finance Academy, 187 participants across 4 schools. Offered at Check, Jackson Reed, Luke Seymour, and H.D. Woodson. 187 participants, 34 students were concentrators. I didn't know what that term was, but a participant is one who earns 1 or more CTE credits. A concentrator earned 3 or more CTE credits. So a concentrator is one who's more committed to the program or more interested in it?
Yes,
Or
so-
it's actually going to be a pathway for them?
Yeah, so we like to see students at least get to the concentrator level. So that's level 3 course in the continuum. And then completers get all the way to level 4. Typically, where you're at level 4, you're completing some type of internship or capstone experience associated with that pathway. But we like to see students get at least to level 3. And for example, for the class of 2023, I'm not sure we have 2024 data yet, but for 2023, a little over half of our students were concentrators at level 3. But the goal is that we have more of those students that are moving in the direction of either level 3 or level 4.
Well, the data that I have is not as optimistic. Of 187 participants across 4 schools, only 34 were concentrators. And of those, only 68% received an industry recognized credential or dual enrollment credit. We do the math for a second. So that means like out of 187 participants, only 26 received a recognized, industry recognized credential or dual enrollment. Only 29% received an internship. Shouldn't every student who is a concentrator have a credential, receive some college credit, or participate in an internship?
Well, the goal is there. I think it does vary by the particular career pathway. I think this is just one of our many programs, just one out of 28. There are obviously some programs that have a much higher rate, but I'll let Dr. Bay add some more context of like how we think about all of our 28 career pathways and how they perform.
Yeah, thank you, Chancellor. Just like the Chancellor just mentioned, it varies across the different pathways as well as at the school level. And so one of the things that we are continuously looking at in terms of improvement is students who are actually staying in the pathway and getting to the internship, or staying in the pathway in order to be a concentrator. I was just with the Chancellor Student Advisory Board yesterday, and this was one of the topics that we talked about in terms of where we offer quite a bit in terms of CTE pathways, but we don't always see the participation rates the same across the pathways. And so we've been talking with students about how we can continue to improve in that area. One of the items that the students brought up was that some of them want to be completers or concentrators and staying in one pathway. And then many students say, but I want a little bit of everything, right? I don't necessarily want to take 3 or 4 courses that may be in finance. I may want to do finance. I may want to do hospitality. I may want to do something else. And so we are exploring how do we get more students to concentrators and actually complete a pathway while also providing an opportunity for students to be able to try different pathways. Many schools this year have implemented exploratory courses in like the 9th grade, which allows students to get a taste of the different pathways at their school before they make a decision in 10th grade about what pathway that they want to pursue. And we are seeing that that is increasing the opportunity for them to stay within one pathway.
I feel like I'm getting mixed signals here. So let me see. 4 schools, 187 participants, that's roughly 30 per school, 40 per school. I guess that sounds like a healthy number. 40 times 4 would be 160, a little more than
Yeah, I would have to
40.
look into it. It's not necessarily always evenly distributed in that way, but I can look
Sure.
at each school, yeah.
Sure. So the participation sounds healthy, but the number of concentrators was pretty slim. Do you look at getting rid of pathways with low success?
Yeah, so it's something that we always look at, and we would prefer to look at strategies for increasing student participation as opposed to getting rid of pathways. But we also look at the health of all the pathways to make sure that it is aligned to student interests. And so when we have to make those decisions, we will, but we are working with students as well as families to ensure that the pathways that we have match student interests.
So I have to remember my initial question, which was, shouldn't every student who's a concentrator have a credential, receive some college credit, or participate in an internship?
Well, there's a difference between concentrator and completer. When you talk
Sure, but a concentrator is three
courses.
courses.
That may not necessarily include the internship or.
And what's a completer? 4.
Capstone experience.
Sure. So a concentrator is pretty far along. I'm a student. I'm just dabbling. I'll have 1 or 2, but I won't have 3.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear about your question.
Shouldn't there be more concentrators? So when I said, shouldn't every student who's a concentrator have a credential, receive some college credit, or participate in an internship? Your answer was, well, but they're not completers. But to which I said, yeah, but a concentrator is pretty far along.
Yeah, concentrated means that they've taken 3 courses.
Yeah, they're 3/4 or 3/5 of the way there. That suggests they're serious about this.
Yeah.
So why aren't we seeing more? Why aren't we seeing more?
Yeah, it's an area that we're looking to continue to improve in. I would also say that by the time students get to that 4th year, so if they're taking a course each year, by the time they get to that 4th year, their senior year, they may be looking at other opportunities like dual enrollment in terms of college courses. They may just be looking at other things that they are doing during that last year. But it is an area that we are continuing to look to improve to ensure that we have more students who are completing all the way through, to include the internship and the credential.
Let me change the subject, impact. How do you gather feedback about impact? Is the insight survey your primary measure?
No, I think there's multiple ways that we gather feedback. It's a topic often with my regular meetings with the Washington Teachers Union, and so they provide insight. It is also a conversation as part of my advisory with teachers to hear directly, almost as a focus group of what their experiences are, also helpful for us. But we do make adjustments and we make improvements based on the feedback that we get. We also have a helpline as well where individuals can call in with concerns or ask questions. So I would say the helpline, the WTU conversations we have, the feedback we get from our school leaders, along with any survey data we collect.
Well, I think it's insight data that you gave us was 2/3 of teachers agreed with at my school evaluation ratings are accurate reflections of teacher effectiveness. That means 1/3 of teachers didn't think that, didn't agree with that. That doesn't sound positive enough.
Yeah, I think we, again, always try to figure out where there are concerns or why teachers may feel that way and not positively about it. But I think the majority of our teachers in this particular category have shared a positive perception. And when we get common feedback in all the threads that we solicit feedback, we do think about ways in which we can improve. I think it's one of those areas that we've been in a steady pace of continuous improvement and making refinements. I think and Dr. Bacon speak this a little bit more, like we made even an adjustment this year based on some feedback that we made. Some feedback we received from our educators this year.
Did you want to say more?
Yeah, just the feedback that the chancellor is referring to, the last time that we were here, there was a lot of conversation about task goals. And we met with teachers in the WTU in October to hear the concerns that they had about task goals and the shifts that we had made, excuse me, to task goals. And so we were able to look at some historical data as it relates to stretch goals and typical growth goals in order to make some recommendations around how to adjust targets. We opened the platform back up for teachers and school leaders to be able to do that if they wanted to. We did have some teachers make some adjustments. Our majority of teachers stayed with the original targets that were recommended at the beginning of the year. But this is just an example of taking the feedback and creating opportunities for teachers and school leaders to think about it differently.
I was a little confused. I'm not sure I understood. At a hearing in the fall, we talked about some dissatisfaction over the task goals. You said you made some recommendations. That's not the same as a
No, we
change.
we made some changes. And
But
so
you said recommendations, and then some schools some teachers accepted them and some didn't. Why would teachers?
teachers had a chance to change their goal.
Oh,
And some teachers made changes, but the vast majority maintain the goals that they have previously. If that, yeah. And it was something that I think the WTU also expressed appreciation for as well, that we were responsive to that feedback.
But I do think, my question was whether 60% is, I'm not sure that a survey like that is a good way of measuring. It is interesting, but I'm not sure it's a good way of measuring. Question, at my school, evaluation ratings are accurate reflections of teacher effectiveness. I got a highly effective rating. Oh, I'm happy, but that's not the same as I'm happy with impact. But in any event, it was, my note here says 66% of teachers, which if I was taking a history test, that would be failing. So is that really satisfactory?
I think it represents an area that we need to continue to look at. But again, the majority of the teachers are given a positive perception. But you're right, a third of the teachers are given a different perspective. And I think that's why the focus group conversation and the other opportunities to get feedback are more important as well, so that you get to hear more of the context around where teachers are having concerns or have challenges with the evaluation system.
So every year, not every hearing, almost every hearing, probably seems like, I ask you, teachers are unhappy, what are you doing? And every year you say, well, we're continuing to look at this and make changes. And then at the next hearing, I say, well, everybody's unhappy, and you say, we're continuing to look at this and make changes. When does this like end?
Yeah, I think it'll always be room for improvement. I mean, I don't think
You know, I don't think I asked
any
that
educational
question carefully
system
enough.
has a valuation system that, you know, everybody's happy with at all times. I think there'll always be room for improvement.
Different subject, Medicaid billings. So we asked you, 23 billed 20.6 million, received 15.3, 24 billed 17 million, received 12.6. The FY25 data is incomplete. Why are we not getting that other 5 million? What's going on here? I assume we're billing because we think that's what we deserve. So why are we not getting that?
Yeah, happy to take that. So I think so Medicaid is an insurance claim, and it's based on, submissions for reimbursement for services. And we get paid in two ways. We get paid based on reimbursements, and then we also get a cost audit. And so ultimately, there's two different payments that make us whole. And so if it's not on the front end, it gets caught up on the back end.
Huh?
Yeah, exactly. So again, we do some submissions of reimbursements, and then also for anything that are not part of the full reimbursement package, we get a cost audit, which reimburses us for the total amount of money that's due. And so we can provide more details about this. It's easier to sit down and have a conversation and to give you some follow-up documentation about how DHCF does this reimbursement process.
DCHCF is a DC agency.
Correct.
Healthcare finance.
Correct.
But ultimately, the reimbursement comes from the federal government.
Correct. Medicaid.
So are you saying that in FY23, we billed 20.6 million and the 15.3 is what we received in FY23, but we received additional dollars the subsequent year?
Yeah, I'd have to look at the specific numbers you're talking about, and we're happy to follow up with that. So during budget formulation, we make an estimate of how much revenue that we're going to receive. Doesn't mean those are necessarily going to be the services that we are providing to students, and so it's an estimate as well. And
Okay, but I didn't ask you budget figures.
I'm not sure which figure. I don't have the numbers
I'm
you're looking at
looking-
in front of me.
Well, I'm looking at answer number 44. And the table is total Medicaid billing and amount received. So I'm assuming that's actual billing and actual cash.
Let me find that question. Which question was it?
Question 44, it's on page 26.
And what was your question specifically?
My question was, why are we getting 5 million less than we're billing? And then your answer was, well, we get paid in two ways. We get reimbursed, and then there's this true up, is my language, that comes from the cost
The audit.
audit, which
Yeah.
also could mean we pay them instead of them paying us, but
Yeah,
you're
so
sounding positive, like they end up paying us more.
yeah, let me follow up with you on sort of the technical details of this. Off the top of my head, I don't have that information in front of me.
Well, I'd like to follow up with a revised table.
Sure, we can
If
do
that's
that.
what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, what I'm hearing from you is that the amount received was the amount received in that fiscal year. Now, maybe you want to double check to see if that's correct. And
Yeah, I
that
think
the-
there's a couple factors here in terms of like when the amount is actually billed and when services are rendered and when that revenue is recognized. And again, we sort of get that revenue in multiple different ways. We get that based on billed revenue and then cost audit. One of the things we've been negotiating with the OCFO is about when that cost audit revenue is recognized within the financial reporting, because those aren't necessarily aligned to when services are rendered.
Well, what I'm getting at here, even though I asked by fiscal year, because I kind of want to know by fiscal year, what I really want to know is how much of what we're billing are we receiving?
Sure, we can follow up with that.
So if that crosses fiscal years, that may be harder for you, but I'm interested in how much of what we're billing we're receiving.
Sure, we can follow up with that.
And truth be told, I'm also interested in how much we're billing. So we billed 3 million less last year than we billed the year before. I didn't think about that. That's 15% less. You know why we billed 15% less?
I'll have to follow up with you specifically on that. Some of this is based on point in time surveys of our providers. And so we'll have to follow up with you with the specific details.
Give me a second. Were you going to say something, Chancellor?
No, sir.
You're free to. Open mic.
We're good, thank you.
I assume your staff kept track of all the things you said you'd get back to us on.
Yes, Mr. Abraham has been keeping notes on all of our follow-ups.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Clayman, I'm sorry, I called by his first name. Mr. Clayman's been keeping all those requests that you had of us and all follow-ups.
Which I think included why, for each of the schools that saw cuts, the 6 schools, why they saw cuts in their initial budgets, to provide a fuller answer to question 57 regarding teacher retention, to give us more data on Medicaid, to resubmit the answers to the 2 questions that were answered yesterday. One was vaccines, the other was teacher retention, oh, no, that's 57. Yes, staffing levels. Councilmember Henderson, I think, had one question regarding after school. Councilmember Nadeau had two questions, school-based behavioral health and substitute teachers. This was not a question before, but I'm asking if you would follow up on when we will get the PACE documentation. That was Councilmember Henderson's question. There may be a couple I didn't mention. Okay. I don't think I have any other questions for you at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, each of you at the table and everyone else. And that's going to conclude this hearing. Let me wrap it up. Committee of the Whole has more hearings on education next week. On Wednesday, March 5th, UDC Public Charter School Board Deputy Mayor for Education. And on Friday, March 7th, I'll see. The time is 2:14 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.